Meh. I only... Okay, that was a stretch. I only got up at least like an hour or so ago. Or at least like a real like hour ago. But
주변이 조용하군. 관리자너. 미리 처분 탄환이라도 쏘고 있었나?
but that's why I have coffee. But I also need the time because I'm gonna need like 6 hours to get through this anyway, regardless. But I gotta do my dailies first. So that'll at least give me some time to wake up. I still need to get used to the reset timer for this.
오늘도 즐거운 하루의 시작이네. 그렇지? 잠시만. 볼륨 좀 확인해 볼게.
I have to get used to the reset timer for this because I'm still so used to Final Fantasy and Grand Blue. Even though I don't even play Grand Blue like consistently, I still the timer for that is still like in my it's in my body clock, and I think that's the bigger problem.
이 타이밍에서 결정적인 일격을 지시하곤 했죠. 그렇지 않은 것.
개체들의 체력이 많이 깎여나갔어. 괴로워하는 것 같지 않아? 이 기세로 계속 나아가보자.
Alright.
아까의 공격으로 인해서 대상이
All I have to do is win rate this anyway, and the same thing for threads, so it's not even that big of a deal.
끝을 내도 될 것 같아.
내 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
물감을 준비하고. 적에게 치명성을 입혔군요.
It is kind of cool
관리자님은
seeing Blade's
당신이
outfit, at least
생각하는
finally.
것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고.
I didn't even get her because like I wanted
저는
her
언제나
specifically for like this type of team.
전투응대에 나선.
Like I think I only got her because I got so many shards when I was doing weeklies before. Like she was the last thing I really got, and then I kind of took like a couple months break.
방금 공격은 좋았어. 이대로만 계속해보면 좋을 텐데. 대상의 상태가 안 좋은 것 같아. 이걸 잘 이용하면 좋은 결과로 이어질 수 있을 거야.
No, not worth it. Huh? No, not worth it. Yeah. Almost sneezed. Almost. That would have been really bad if I did that right tonight.
배워냈어요.
살을 빼어내고
I'm like still testing where I should put my microphone. I think it's still better here. Because like the biggest issue that I'm having is that I'm constantly having to tilt it
전투응대는 성공적이었다.
so that I can still
나쁘지 않은 움직임이었어.
like actually face what I'm looking at. Sloth? That I can still face what I'm looking at, but then I also still want to be close enough to the mic so that my voice doesn't trail off too much. Don't I have a better? No, I don't. I think I'm just really... yeah, no, I don't have a good sloth team. Nope. Yeah, we make do, I guess.
뭉개버려주지.
It's not like it's that significant either way.
오늘도 즐거운 하루의 시작이네. 그렇지?
Especially since this is like
잠시만,
pseudo tremor
볼륨 좀
anyway.
확인해볼게.
직접
대답
타도하죠.
소리가 잘 들리지 않아서. 써주마.
Those are all just really bad rolls.
오늘도 즐거운 하루의 시작이네. 그렇지? 잠시만, 볼륨 좀 확인해볼게. 대답 소리가 잘 들리지 않아서.
You can't redirect any of these, can you? No, then it's better off if you just attack.
피워보지. 것도 되지
Oh, also, based off of my assumptions, because I haven't seen anything of the next season, or at least current season, or like the current story and stuff. If the season does seem to turn into being rupture focused, then I'm assuming that means K-Corp Hongwu is probably better for his main story. Which kind of was my very far-flung guess, like when I first saw it. Mostly because I don't even know why I guessed it was K-Corp.
객체를 구성하고 있는 부위 중 하나가 파괴되었습니다. 이 틈을 파고들어도 좋을 것 같군요.
보여? 개체의 부위가 파괴됐어. 이대로 차례차례 모든 부위를
Both of those are broken.
부수고 뜯어내고 찢어낸다면 제압할 수 있을
Do I
거야.
just care about damage? They'll still bind regardless. Inflict Tremor and +2 count. I think it's fine, doesn't matter.
피워보지.
I say before almost losing that.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요. 적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고
Thank you for
최근에
that.
말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나
Thank you for the water redeem pair. Unfortunately, I do have coffee, so that is
아까의 공격으로
close
인해서
enough, isn't it?
대상에게 많은 피해를 입혔어. 적들이 충분히 나약해졌다는 거지. 끝을 내도 될 것 같아.
Wait, what is she clashing against? I'd rather just win this. The water's close enough, isn't it? There's water and coffee. All these kind of suck. Wait. Who's rolling against this? No, this would be a better chance. But who's rolling against this? Wait, what is going on? Yisung, Faust, done. So then that's the one that needs to be reactive, which will be Hongwu. Then we get a resonance.
피워보지. 이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오?
개체의 유효한 속성을
Thank you, I
정확하게
appreciate it.
간파했습니다. 제 예상만큼 관리자님의
no, it worked.
능력이 우수하다는 것이 증명되는 것 같아 다행이군요.
I'm gonna need this anyway due to how much I'm gonna be
모든
reading.
결과들은 파우스트가 알아요.
$250 though. I should be able to burst through 236.
방금 공격은 좋았어.
175.
이대로만
That I
계속해보면
can
좋을
definitely
텐데.
burst through. Nope. Is Cry still better? Yes. Okay, that should finish. What matters is that you did it with as much heart as you could. Sometimes trying your best is the one that matters the most. Or however that went.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 수.
So won't be able to get anything of that until past the next segment then. Nocturnal sweeping. Yay. Any idea where that leftover cake from yesterday went? When did we get cake? Why would I know? I can't even eat it. Did Donkey already get our paws on it? When did we have time for cake? I read something about how we should have partied in her room instead and stumbled into the back door. The New Year's came swiftly to the inhabitants of the bus after the various incidents at the LCD. Oh, because that was right after. Okay, that makes sense. The sinners all came from different backgrounds and parts of the city, but annual celebration for New Year seemed to be a thread that connected their cultures together. They began floating the idea of a New Year's party and... Then permit me the honor of hosting this banquet. With their usual overdramatic boast, coupled with a familiar twinkle in her eyes, Don Quixote declared that there would indeed be a New Year's party, and thus it was decided. I guess we can have one? It's not like we really have any reason not to. You were able to stop by Hum Hum Pom Pom that one time. After all the hell we went through with the back door and whatnot for the out-of-season Christmas celebration. Yeah, I must insist, for 'twas but an effort to decorate the bus. The intent quite differs from the act of celebration. We got it for different reasons. Don Quixote glanced at Sinclair, sheepishly scratching the back of her head. Don't worry about me, really. Well, 'tis true that mine actions have brought thee quite the distress, unintentionally I might add. Thus I ask thee, would thou not agree that a communal event to mark the occasion might freshen both our spirits and bodies? I can't even begin to imagine her amnesiac self even taking a moment to give a damn about about how Sinclair might take it, but I guess when with memory came tact. You know, it's our first New Year's together. It sure is an occasion for celebration, huh? Gotta hear the bell go ding to really mark the transition to the new year, right? seems that we shall be welcoming the first light of the new year in company of one another. This is indeed a cause for celebration. A bowl of noodles before last night of the year fades. She's right. Such bubbling enthusiasm for ye warmeth my own heart. Forsooth, the grandiosity of this banquet shall be one for the books, fireworks most brilliant, enough delicacies to cut on. When's our next stop? Miffy will be running non-stop for 3 days at least. Only Dum-Dum stop on fast road. So we're on a highway. So she says. Redless muttered his usual sardonic edge, one fist under his chin. For next year's celebration, a banquet shall be prepared ere the promised hour. Don Quixote's ideas of a grand banquet depressingly fizzled into nothingness, but Rhodia brought out the cakes and cookies she stashed in her room so we could at least hold a small celebration for the New Year's together. After that, we all stayed up together, watching the New Year's first sunrise bravely paint the city in gold, then retired to sleep. When everyone woke up rubbing their tired eyes, the world outside of us had completely transformed. There was a behemoth of a structure, bizarre in its presence, and its walls seemingly made of gargantuan steel plates. H-Corp? The sinners began to voice their surprise, apparently so, as what came into view was different from any nest we'd passed by in our journey thus far. That's H-Corp? Is that massive structure all one building? If that whole thing's the nest, then where the hell's the back streets? That's big enough to cover H-Corp's territory then some. Well, there he goes again, asking dumb questions without even taking a peep at the guidebook. That's not the nest. That huge block you see over there, that's District 8. That's only a district? We call it Hongguan, the vast garden here at H-Corp. The nest lies within the center of the structure, and the back streets without. So they squeeze the entire population of this district in there. Do they just not get a ray of sunlight all year round? Well, at least they won't have to worry about the rain. But they avail me a sight as well. As the sinners began to gather one by one at the side of the bus, staring awake from their late night's rest, I felt my gaze drawn towards Hong Lu. I looked for signs of concern or distress on his face, worried. It wasn't something unique to Hong Lu, but the stories about his past home life we've heard throughout the year, whenever we felt like sharing them, were all consistently and terribly depressing. It's not such a bad place, which I actually tried living here for a while. It's still so chipper. But his lips, ever so slightly curled upward into a kindly relaxed smile, are making the same expression as ever. An expression that hasn't changed at all since our first meeting. Maybe it's just a cultural difference, kinda like Hong Lu can be so nonchalant about things that should give most people pause, but... Actually, no. I'm not helping anyone or anything by entertaining these thoughts. My job at the moment is to keep a close eye on Hong Lu, more so than usual. And if the time comes for me to help him as a manager, I'll give it my all. Besides, this thing's even bigger up close. Verily, I carry no recollection of such a of a structure so grand, even in past adventures of mine. If my efforts aren't enough, I know I can trust the sinners to lend me a hand. Hey, let me see too. I collect my thoughts and approach the sinners, who are flattened up against the glass window to get a good view. A massive structure. But then everything on the out is back streets. Slashing. If slashing is the primary, then...
화점에 두지.
출정이군요. 나를 불렀나?
Blade lineage will have to take point.
이 소리는
Then I either need something for Pierce Blunt.
해골 바가지랑
원하신다.
책임은 모두
재촉지 마시오. 말뚝. 와일드 헌트.
This should work. The structure is definitely something that takes a while to kind of wrap your head around. Sometimes some people are really into it for the story, other people are really in it for the characters, and some people are really into it because of the combat. Or gameplay, depending on which the gacha is. Whoa. Back streets of District 8. Can't believe we had to get off the bus here. We have to make a formal complaint against H Corp for this crap. What the hell were they thinking doing shoddy construction work at the entrance of the highway that leads straight into the nest? So we have to go around. Okay. Many causes there may be to such construction projects, yet perhaps an early warning signs are our approach to the site that would have been a sensible addition. Were it not for young Sharon's most valiant drifting, I shudder to even imagine the terrible possibilities, which would be a most awful end to an adventure. It's no surprise that the sinners all had a piece of their mind to speak. As we drove up the entryway, we unexpectedly came across a mess of badly put together steel plates blocking our path in the middle of the road. Sharon quickly spun the bus around, which meant that everyone ended up being thrown about like ragdolls. Good thing there was another road off the highway that leads to the city, right? I bet Karan would have tried to reverse gear all the way back to the last interchange. It looks like we'll be going through all these winding alleyways to get to the nest. Why does this sound familiar? Yeah, the way that the contos kind of work is that one of the characters gets like a very specific bit, but then there's also now intervalos like this one, which is kind of prepping for Honglu's story. Or was prepping for Honglu's story, because now the new kanto is focused around him. But we also got a little bit of got to learn a little bit about Honglu and his family in the last kanto, which was more focused on Kyote. And then Kyote got a little bit of character development in T-Corp on the warp train. It's very much about like the long-term journey. We were greeted by a dark street upon disembarking from the bus, illuminated only by faint strands of light. It was immediately obvious that we found ourselves in the back streets of H-Corp. Looked pretty impressive from the outside, but it's no different from the other back streets inside, eh? Yeah, it's a familiar sight. Gotta say, it's getting real old. I asked thee, is the nest of this district shrouded in such darkness as well? No, these particular sites are limited to the back streets of District 8. The back streets of this district weren't very different from the other ones we visited in the past. People hurrying through the streets as though they were being chased by something. People scowling and glaring at the ground with some sickness or discomfort. Scenes all too common in every corner of the city. There was one thing about this place that stood out from the other districts, however. That kinda reminded me of the former G-Corp soldiers back in District 4. What do you mean? You mean those fellas? The growths on their flesh appeared too organic to be prosthetics. Some of them had odd protrusions or nodules bulging from their skins as well. Bulging. Take care, and it still means a lot that you stopped by. Not at all, miniature bug. Look, they haven't all mutated in the same pattern, like into an insectoid form, for example. Well, I guess I gotta commend you for not looking at them through a biased lens. You're observing the aftermath of a distinctive method of treatment. Oh, so this is where the rumors about the bluish healing ointment came from, huh? Apparently they can cure any flesh wound after just one night dressed in bandages. seems that certain misconceptions must be addressed. They are variations of H-corp singularity, the bolus. The bolus? She is likely referring to the medication strewn and kneaded into ball-shaped pills. Correct. H-corp, or the Hongwon Bioengineering Group, mainly manufactures boluses that contains essences of treatment. The boluses may be taken orally, ground with water into a paste, and applied directly to the affected area or dissolved in water, soaking in bandages and wrapped around the necessary area for treatment. I guess rumors transform as they travel. I see. I was just thinking about how they do things back at the K-Corp. The focus of K-Corp's technology is the reversal of or recovery of one's conditions. Returning to the original state is the key word in their treatment. It is no rare sight to find unique technologies and techniques and technology developed independently by the inhabitants of the backstreets of District 8 using the manufactured boluses. The treatments are not individually customized for each patient. Instead, the focus is on selecting the appropriate technique from a myriad of choices to address the deficiencies in their statuses. Perhaps one could choose the words transformation or evolution as a mere illustrative descriptor for their method of treatment. So that's what counts as treated? The crowd Sinclair was pointing at certainly appeared unhurt, as none of them were bleeding or walking with a limp, but many of them appeared dazed, staring blankly at nothing, or scratching absent-mindedly at their mutated parts. Ah, they must be the regulars. Unexpectedly, we found our answer not from Faust, not from Result, but from Honglu. The regulators? The regulars. Yes, I've heard of them as a child. People who've grown too accustomed to visiting the clinics in search of their mystical treatments. The regulars might appear more intimidating than most people at first glance, but apparently all the side effects they've been stacking changes them in strange ways. It is highly likely that interoperational conflicts or issues will arise when applying highly disparate treatment methods to a single body. At least it's a cheaper alternative for people who didn't sign up for the life insurance. Wait. You speak of life insurance? Yes, life insurance. There's a special insurance option to bring the client back to life upon the event of their death. So the irony isn't lost on me then. But I thought resurrecting people was one of the head's taboos. The head does not consider the revival via life insurance to be a violation of their non-resurrection taboo. It is likely that on a technical level, this revival is actually categorized as brain resuscitation as opposed to full resurrection. Degradation of its function considered, of course. Another fatal downside to this technology is that, unlike the manager's clock winding, the subject cannot be brought back if their brain is destroyed. Also, there is a risk of significant losses in the process of information transference. So they can keep reviving, but they'd keep degrading, so that's kind of the only stopgap between them using it so frequently. So maybe some of their mutations could be more than just side effects of those treatments. Maybe, but I heard it takes more than 1 or 2 revivals to change that much. And since apparently people in the backstreets could never even dream of paying consistent insurance renewal rates, so... After all, who would want to sign up for insurance if its service could reduce them to such pitiful states? Yeah, they appear pathetic and pitiful to you rich bastards, don't they? You'll still be in the same boat as them, save some pity for yourself. The stranger's voice cut through our discussion like a foreign instrument. We turned around to find a large group of people who were clearly up to no good. You must be the young master of that high and mighty Jia family, eh? I can tell just by looking at your pretty face. Your friends, Honglu? No, I haven't had much chance to get acquainted with the people from the backstreets. So nope, I've never met them before. But you come from a very recognizable family. Of course you haven't. Too busy living large, playing gods, and In a whole different world from us plebs, huh? Not that it matters, we're just here to take the thing you brought here for that. For submission to the family hierarch evaluation. The what evaluation? There's clearly been a misunderstanding. There's quite a lot of them. We're not off to a great start here, huh, man? Actually, no. It'd be a violation of our office's core values to jump them like they were common thugs. I, Shan Sun, third son of the Triax office, challenge Ji Bao of the Ji family to a duel. Bao Yu. Wait, is that... Our wager will be that the winner can take anything they want from the loser. Wait, what do you mean a duel? No, not a normal duel like that. I've heard the tale that duels of the honorable fixers of the Sync Association Eastern Branch announced their intent to duel by stating their affiliation and name, and instead of casting their gauntlets, and a pamphlet that young Ishmael had presented before me earlier presented the truth that the Triax office is indeed an office of the East, then thou art indeed of quality. 'Tis a true, genuine, accurate declaration of the duel that we behold. So it's just a fancy way of saying 1v1 me. Let's go, innit? I mean, this guy doesn't look too tough. What do you think, Faust? Agreed. This individual does not seem to possess any particularly exceptional skill that may pose difficulties for Hong Lu. So that was Hong Lu's full name. I think it's going to be okay. I'll be back in a minute, Dante. You sure this is okay? I don't think we're going to lose against him, but, you know, just in case. No worries. I have some childhood experience with duels myself. I've done about 10 of them, I think. So the rich boy dabbled in some duels, has he? Hong Lu, we've been fighting for over almost now 2 years. I think you misunderstand. I meant to say that I've done about 10 of them a day. Oh, but grandmother sometimes let me skip them, so it might have been slightly fewer than that on some days. Wait. How trained in combat are you? I, Hong Lu of Limbus Company. No. I, Bao Yu of the Ji family, accept this duel. Hong Lu stepped forward confidently as the opponent was processing what he just heard. For a moment, Hong Lu stood there in a stance that did not express even a hint of aggression, but curiously cocking his head to the side. Sorry, are we waiting for something? Oh, so I always let the opponent get the first 2 moves in duels. Please, don't hesitate. You purposely give them the advantage? Your cocky pride shall be your downfall. The man who introduced himself as Shan Sun leapt toward Hong Lu, then after about a minute... So he's a plenty capable fighter on his own. Unlike Shan Sun, who was throwing punches and swings with boiling hot passion, Hong Lu was effortlessly gliding between his opponent's strikes, like he was out on a picnic. As this was but a leisurely stroll through a garden. Whenever Shan Sun threw a powerful punch, Hong Lu redirected it to the side with ease, the fist only grazing his clothes. We were mesmerized by the feathery light movements of his hands and feet that effortlessly glided through the air, until after one blink and you'll miss it moment, we realized that Shan Sun was already face down on the ground, defeated. Young Hong Lu, hast thou been concealing thy full strength in our presence? Oh no, I wouldn't say that. I always put my all into every fight. Yet to defeat this foe so soundly, to dance with such grace between his strikes is... 'Twas the thought thou wert dueling someone whose skills may only measure against the child's. But most of our fights happen in environments with a lot of variables, and we usually fight against enemies with all kinds of unexpected weapons and powers. You read him. Yeah. Already familiar with that fool's moves. Oh yes, one of my Biwu instructors use similar techniques as this gentleman here. So you're highly capable and adept, and it's a fight that, like, you're intimately, or not, I won't say intimately familiar, but definitely more experienced with. Practice makes perfect, and perfection makes an expert, right? Right, but I'm not sure if that's entirely relevant here. Well, anyway, looks to me he soundly kicked your behind this duel. Let us through, why don't you? Preferably not to do a thing that I think you're about to do. This duel wasn't overseen by a notary office anyway, and our employer is not gonna let this failure slide if we just leave. Pathetic. Kinda see how we're becoming experts at getting jumped. With the bitter cry of the defeated, his gang rushes towards us. So Honglu is a highly capable fighter in a one-on-one situation, especially if it's a fighter that he's intimate with.
나만 믿고 다들 집중해줘. 도움이 될 수 있을 거야.
Oh, this is really good. We're all losing. Well, not everyone, but most of us are losing the first fight.
오늘도 즐거운 하루의 시작이네. 그렇지? 잠시만, 볼륨 좀 확인해 볼게. 대답 소리가 잘 들리지 않아서.
벤담이 서울을 건너.
기도해라. 실밥이 터졌나?
개체들의 체력이 많이 빠져나갔어. 괴로워하는 게 느껴지지 않아? 이 기세로 계속 나아가 보자.
속에서
아까의 공격으로 인해서 대상에게 많은 피해를 입혔어. 적들이
Should still be
충분히
fine.
나약해졌다는 거지. 끝을 내도 될 것 같아.
총원 불격!
They're all fine.
아차!
At the very least, I need to make sure that they start losing a lot more sanity.
아까의 공격으로 인해서
You know,
대상에게
this
많은
should be
피해를
enough.
입혔어.
총원 불격!
적들이 충분히 나약해졌다는 거지. 끝을 내도 될 것 같아.
아름다운 것. 그렇지 않은 것.
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요.
내 죄는 내가 알아서
관리자님은
처리.
당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나
방금 공격은
옳은 말만
좋았어.
한답니다.
이대로만 계속해보면 좋을 텐데.
This really isn't a great start, fellas. It's never easy, is it? Nope. At least we got a nice warm-up. Wasn't all bad. I don't know, this seems more serious than our usual street brawls. Ishmael's right. They weren't your everyday thugs who picked fights with random people for no good reason. They're contracted by someone to specifically target and eliminate Honglu. And given how open they were about their intent, calling it a contract, it doesn't seem like whoever gave the contract is exactly going for subtlety. Then maybe this is what Ji Shichun was talking about way back when she mentioned surviving as heirs. Whoever's behind this must have a bone to pick with Honglu. Indeed, it seems they must expect more skirmishes like this going forward. Was this trial not readily overcome? Not the point. Think on it a little bit more. Seems like they're assuming that Honglu's brought something here in order to participate in that family hierarch evaluation. Then there's no need to assume that we've seen the last of them. They're going to try again to take out the competition. A highly accurate assessment of the situation by the executive manager. I expect no less from someone of your genius. Going for the classics of brown-nosing today, Otis? Since when was it brown-nosing to compliment job well done? Do you not expect... This inane conversation is most riveting, but I would prefer some silence while we wait. Seems the company foresaw such difficulties. They sent you a support team to help handle this issue. Wait, the company... We heard voices coming from behind us from where Virgil is pointed. You guys still haven't learned how to stick to a plan, have you? It really threw me off when I was told to meet you in some backstreet location away from our agreed rendezvous point. A familiar voice, a voice we could not forget. You're back? Okay. I'm not gonna say no. I'm here too. We turned around to follow where the voices was coming from and recognized two people we've been hoping to see again.
승부수가 먹혀들었군. 판세는 완벽히 우리에게
So they're gonna be our guides? Alright.
정착지를 찾을 때까지.
Hey, pilot, right? What's wrong? Like you're all looking at ghosts. Pilot, didn't you tell me that you shared my news with them the last time? I did, I sure did, man. Oh yeah, he did. The sinners each recovered from their initial shock of seeing them again, and soon their faces began to bloom with relieved smiles. Well, good to see that things haven't changed much around here. We're so glad to see that you're okay. TikTok to you too. That's a way to choose to respond. Good to see your gears are turning just fine. With a foreign grin, she did not seem to have changed much since the last time we met, save for a few minor differences. Her outfit and her badge, for example. Last I recall, you were promoted, yes? Allow me to congratulate you. Yeah. Where the hints of melancholy hanging from her smile and flickering in her eyes. Hey, I'm merely congratulating her on her promotion and offering a recognition of her excellent accomplishments. I don't see what your problem is here. But we all know the meaning that promotion carries. Indeed, and is very profound. After all, what meaning is there to a promotion attained without spilling some blood? You're a real piece of work. Let me ask you something then. If everyone behaves like you do around her, tiptoeing around the facts, keeping it hush-hush about what happened, where's she going to get the bare minimum of the recognition and the consolation she deserves? That is a fair point. Recognizing the cost that it took to actually get that type of promotion would be important, especially in a situation like that. So no, she has a point in being direct. That was actually more... That is more considerate than not. Hush hush would have been nice. I've even heard some of them whisper that I let my partner die just so I can snag a promotion. So in that regard, I appreciate that, Otis. If we're being technical, I did die, except my brain was intact. Not even K-Corp's regenerative ampules could revive me if it wasn't. Then did Effie also... Apparently they went right for Effie's head when they stabbed him with a prosthetic. According to the coroner's autopsy. K-Corp Amphil's life insurance, and neither of them can provide someone with a damaged brain. It is what it is. Anyways, let's not dwell on depressing stuff. We're here for work. Let's get some work done. So let's talk about work, okay, pilot? Well, let's see here. Coincidentally, I happen to make friends with a fella who has ties to the G family, so I brought him over. Is that everything? Yes, sir, briefing over. Just as everyone was reeling in stunned silence, at the least informative, least helpful briefing we've ever had the displeasure of sitting through, Ishmael was the first to catch herself looking up at Sod. I still don't know. Is Sade? I still don't fully remember how to actually pronounce her name. Can we rely on you for some elaboration here? The briefing was a good demonstration of the necessity of educating the 5 W's and 1 O and 1 H principle. Looks like we'll have a lot of discussing once we get back, pilot. Did I do something wrong? Pilot, buddy, just stop. You're digging yourself a deeper hole with every word. Gregor quickly leaned into warned Pilot, but it was likely too late. A nigh unnoticeable crease had already formed between Saude? It's so bad with certain names. Prior to commencing this high-priority operation, it was necessary for us to find individuals with connections to H-Corp. So we, as a preliminary observation unit, were put to the task, and we managed to establish a connection with an individual. Oh, someone from my family. No, we tried, but your family proved to be rather difficult nut to crack. However, as we were wasting our precious time with all our leads, Pilot pursued an unconventional method to establish this connection. I really didn't hold back on compliments then, and this is how you... Our collaborator is a former employee of the G family. After leaving the family, he now runs a lodging business. Then it's likely that he's far removed from family politics, less motivated for him to attack us due to conflicting interests. Yes, and according to Pilot's reports, he still regards the G family positively. How can I not, considering the blessings they have given me? An unfamiliar voice butted into the conversation as though to continue Sod's explanation. I humbly present myself before the fellowship of the young master Banii. Please, call me... Tao? He greeted us in a most polite fashion before bringing his hands together in an odd motion. Oh, is that how people greet each other here? Yep, it's called the Balquan. No, I know that one. Balquan. Balquan. It should be Balquan. Balquan gesture. Bringing fist to palm together to express respect and peace to the receiver. Oh. Knights greet one another by shaking their hands for the self-same purpose. Forsooth, thou art indeed one indeed one possessed of a chivalrous spirit. Ah, indeed. Much should I worry about the qualities of people young master has surrounded himself with, but I see that he's in company of those wise in the ways of the West. I prostrate myself before the vast breadth of your knowledge. What grand generosity it is to open ajar of the waterways of wisdom to quench my barren lands. Something feels familiar about this. Nah, she's been getting less and less verbose with bootlicking these days. Not like this guy for sure. That's true. He's kinda like, how should I put this? A bit much. What are you guys talking about? Communicating only by the sound of a ticking clock. That is something I already known ahead of time, yet. What a most curious exchange to behold in person. Brief this journey may be, yet I shall find myself thoroughly entertained in its entirety. Okay, you're being passive-aggressive. I see how it is. Maybe this subtle sprinkle of disrespect that reminds you of the usual flavor? Wait, is this about me? Was all that bootlicking she did supposed to be the source of pride for her or something? Otis shook her head with clear distaste and showed toward me. We are nothing alike, executive manager. Never have I once said such empty flattery in your presence, filled with nothing but hot air and superlatives. I leave the guidance of these backstreets to him. Well, looks like this is where... Sade fell silent, her eyes lingering on Virgilus, who stood somewhat apart from the rest of us. So I finally got to meet the Red Gaze in the flesh. I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. Effie would have loved to be here. Manager. Virgil seemed to sense her lingering gaze and walked toward us after nodding slightly in her direction. Manager. Let's not make this any longer than it has to be. I'm not happy to be helping with your businesses. I'd much rather put this behind me as soon as possible. No, please. It's our historic first collaboration operation, isn't it? Can't you spare a little more time with us? The guy's bud's actually doing something? That guy? Yes, unfortunately the LCC has their own business to take care of today, so I won't be accompanying the LCB this time, and the Red Gaze will be helping us to get it done. Taking Mefire. Vrum vrum. Maybe it's not that unfortunate. Now that I think about it, I feel like every mission with the LCB's always been an uphill battle to get anything done. Well, you see, back then we were... just messing with you. I'm sure we'll have another chance to work together again. Boss, we don't got much time. Wait, before you go, I think you owe us some explanation, Virgilus. I'll be leaving the details to Miss Faust. I'm quite busy. Very well. Virgilus turned around and left toward Mephistopheles with an oddly disgruntled expression. Well then, I'll see you around. Next time I'll show y'all. I'll show you that I can carry my own weight. You know, oh boy, the last time we met, I really was so darn pathetic. Pilot, competence is shown through action, not words. They gave us a light nod before following Virgilus. Some sinners opened their mouths to speak, hesitated, then closed them again. We let them go without a word. Perhaps we didn't know what we could say to not make this an awkward farewell. Very well then. Very well. Please, this way. Or maybe we were simply mindful of this guy who was responsible for the quality of our stay. It is nuts kind of seeing them again. Because it's been a while since they were kind of around. Ambush. More slashing. If it is going to be heavy slashing focus, I might just switch to my slash team. Deep resentment ought to be washed away. For when the far one comes, betwixt the burnt doors, shall a star fall astray. Are you sure we're going the right way? I don't like the sound of these weird songs. The main streets are most likely teeming with those seeking to bring harm to the young master. We must venture an alternative path. And like he said, there weren't any skirmishes once we made it deeper into the dark alleyways. The lack of foot traffic would normally be pretty unsettling, but I guess that's what we needed at the moment. As for the song, it's a song that becomes rather popular in the backstreet in the recent months. The lyrics are pretty ominous for a popular song. It's a song that spread through word of mouth. It sings of how the decimated Kong family... This is not the place to discuss such matters. I will share the tale in a more appropriate setting later, should we come across it. Didn't know there was a song like that. This is the first time you've heard it too, Honglu? He's a posh git from a posh family. I doubt he's ever set his precious feet in the back streets. So it's no wonder he's never heard anything like it. Hello, Chi. almost done with this coffee finally. Even though I've kind of been sipping on it constantly. I've been to the back streets before, but Honglu isn't wrong. Heathcliff isn't wrong. I saw H and assumed. I spend most of my time in my room. I did spend most of my time in my room. That is precisely because you were the most treasured one of them all, young master. Much like how the jade of the greatest worth is to be cherished, prized, and hidden in the deepest depths of one's coffers, where none shall reach. You're calling him sheltered. Sheltered in a very derogatory way, but in a very roundabout, passive-aggressive way. Otis has to be rating him like a book. I'm like him? To a lesser degree, particularly as of late. So that guy used to work for the G family, huh? Do you know him, Honglu? According to him, Honglu hasn't died yet. I'll wait until I have more info. Young master, is there something on my face? Honglu stopped himself as though a thought flashed in his head and glanced quietly in my direction. Then, it's nothing. Shall we continue walking down this road? He's noticing something. Or something's bothering him, but he's getting around it. Indeed, humble as I may be, I'm very well versed in the roads of this area. Honglu shook his head at me as he casually changed the subject. It was as though he was trying to hide something we know from King Tao. Should we be suspicious of something? That's a yes. He is a collaborator, but only a temporary one. A degree of caution would be advisable. Given Pilot's clear inexperience and naivete, we would do well to remain suspicious of this character. Faust and Otis approached me as Honglu was nodding along and chatting amicably with our guide. Well, looking back on our journey so far, I think we learned a lesson about blindly trusting every collaborator we come across. With this growing mistrust in mind, I slowly made my distance from the guide before asking Faust the burning question. So what was that back there with Virgilus? Something about him going off to help them out? The consequences of his actions at Wuthering Heights. You mean when he stepped in to save us? His actions were a violation of one of the more important items in this contract of the company. He's simply taking responsibility for the breach of contract. Yeah, so that was when he helped us. I think back to the incident at the manor. It feels like such a long time ago now. Well, that's kind of a bummer. He really helped us out of a pickle. That's what they're dragging him away for? Is there a problem, honored guest? It's nothing, nothing at all. No problemo, right, Ryoshi? It's you. Marcel, can you carry Heathcliff for a little bit? He's dead tired. So Rodion and Ryoshi can both knock out Heathcliff in like one swoop. Heathcliff, punched in the gut by the hilt of Ryoshi's sword, fell right onto Marcel's welcoming shoulder. Extremely tired, unfortunately, or at least fortunately for me, not dead yet. Rhodia? You know, the kind of person I hate the most. The kind of dull people who can't read the room. Don't you feel the same way, Dante? Yeah. I nodded enthusiastically, yet something seemed to imply that she wasn't really asking me a question. I don't think she was about to punch my lights out. but I wouldn't be against it. But Rodi and Hiroshi judged correctly this time. Classified company information must not be discussed in the presence of an outsider. So they're actually getting really good at kind of shutting him down before he does something stupid or says something stupid. So that technically counts as growth, especially from the fucking hair coupons. Reminds me of the time he got knocked out cold for a while because he kept asking questions without raising his hand. This guy just doesn't learn, huh? He successfully preserved the secrecy of classified information without spilling blood. I applaud this policy. I did good, didn't I? I'm just not a fan of how they're treating Heathcliff like dirt now. If it is no problem, as you say, then that is well indeed. Yet I worry that it appears that the problem has found us anyway. I stopped and looked around, realizing that we were surrounded by a group of people wielding various weapons in their hands. But I happened to finding us a safer path. It is likely that my guidance has indeed given us as much safer path from the more obvious skirmishes. However, to my great regret, it appears that the more observant of our enemies have tracked us here. So, what you're saying is that you led us on a safer road, not quote-unquote a safe road. Then what are you even here for? Isn't it your job to prevent this exact scenario? Let's leave the finger pointing for later. We're gonna have to take them all down. They must not be allowed to disseminate our current location. Exactly. Where are you slinking off to, Mr. Kingta? I must regrettably and humbly say that my talents in war are terribly lacking, so I intend to become scarce for a moment. Yet I have the utmost faith in the strengths of our young master and the honored guest in overcoming this adversity, so... Kingta was already standing so far from the front lines that he was practically hiding behind me. Faust, anything you can tell us about these enemies? No. But a consolation with the Gesellschaft seems unnecessary for you to determine whether negotiating with them is an option. They're coming. Mersault, wake Heathcliff up and set him down. It will be done. Yeah, that was like maybe a little bit bad timing of immediately knocking out Heathcliff there.
오늘도 즐거운 하루의 시작이네. 그렇지?
Sharp-looking
잠시만,
strangers.
볼륨 좀 확인해 볼게. 대답 소리가 잘 들리지 않아서.
They're still mostly only weak to, it was a really funny sound effect. They've been doing a lot better with the sound effects for just comedic gags recently. Yeah, so it's mostly just slashing, so I don't need to worry all too much. Rather take the early ones.
벤단 서울을
저놈을 추적해!
대상의 상태가
The
안 좋은 것
staggers are
같아.
also halfway through,
이걸 잘 이용하면 좋은 결과로
so
이어질
that's
수
still
있을
not
거야.
too bad. Might have to be a little bit more... I mostly want to do this just to get the coffin. But these are also waves, so I'll hold on to it.
대가로 딱 떼고
적에게 치명성을 입혔군요. 관리자님은
개체들의 세력이 많이
대단한
깎여나갔어.
능력을
Because hopefully if I get enough coffins,
제가 늘
or at least if Heathcliff gets lucky in picking one target.
옳은 말만 한답니다.
No, because she's gonna do that anyway. Yeah. Won't kill. I think that might be too far for a stagger, so I'm not gonna risk it. There's no real point in risking it, especially if I'm not gonna get good damage off of it.
방금 공격은 좋았어. 이대로만 계속해보면 좋을 텐데.
Yes. The only trade-off being the sanity. I don't really need it for mob fights, but the fights where like it really is really helpful. Some of them have been completely invaluable.
개체에게 일격을 가하는데 성공했습니다.
2, 3.
샴페인을 가져오기엔
Okay, this is
너무
perfect
이른
for Requiem.
타이밍이긴 하겠지만 이 전투가 성공적으로 끝나면 모두의 희생을 기리며
Rest of these should be an
특별히
easy
되는
kill.
것도 나쁘지 않겠죠.
They make coughing very big.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 부수겠습니다. 기계는 입에 발린
Also welcome,
것을
XD.
쉽게 하지 않아요.
실밥이 터졌나? 내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리해.
우리 쪽에 유리한
Just
환경이
you.
되었네. 잘 됐다.
Do I want to even do this? It's completely unnecessary. No, because he doesn't even have a chance of hitting it. Kinda just want the Wrath Resonance just because it's funny.
대가를 딱 떼고.
It is good. It is good and worth it for the cash out.
기다려.
Right now, I mostly kind of just have him for the,
기다려.
just for slashing coverage. Because otherwise, the only other
실밥이 터졌나?
like usable slashing character that I have that's suitable for like the 6th one on my team is Kurokumo Rodian. Like I hardly have anything for her. Also, its an immediate vicinity have been eliminated. Our collaborator who had been hiding far away from the battle quickly ran up to our side as soon as the fight ended. Are you unhurt, young master? Yep, I'm totally fine. Of course, our honored guest's martial skills were all exceptionally brilliant, but, young master, your light was the brightest even among the incandescent. You're really laying it on thick. This humble servant could not hold back his tears as the wondrous sight. To witness such exceptional martial arts from none other than the young master himself was an unexpected surprise. But don't the children of the G family undergo all kinds of strict training regimens from childhood? It was simply my assumption that young master had ceased his training once he departed the family. So you were thinking that he was on a vacation. It's I don't know why I'm like no, they're slamming in my throat because I just woke up. It's really nice seeing Otis have like a very deliberate reference point. Because nobody's really been ass kissing like nearly as much as her. So her seeing like how an old family servant for Hong Lu's family kind of acts around him and just going, do I really act like that? And yes, you do. You kiss ass while also being an asshole. Very impressive. How do you think they tracked this down anyway? About that, we weren't exactly tracked down. Perhaps it may be that the ilk who lurk in these parts of the back streets recognize the young master's vulnerable countenance, so he's just identifiable. I don't think my face is that well known. The family hierarch evaluations are nigh. Every soul living in Hongguan must know the face of the young master who is loved by every elder of the family. So you're the prized grandchild. Must be that they're under the assumption that you are carrying something of great value. Family hierarch. Didn't Chi-Chun say something about heirs back then? Y'all assume wrong then. I didn't bring anything precious that the elders might be looking for. Young master, even now? I just couldn't care less about it, that's all. Besides, many of my siblings are better fit to be the family hierarch than I am. That's... Huh. Well, this is indeed a relief. A relief, is it? Well, but of course, it is a highly dangerous endeavor to partake in hierarch evaluations. So it is a great relief to know that young master is not putting himself in unnecessary danger. I guess that could be a relief. Sort of. Now that we took him down, there shouldn't be any more on the way, right? Greg, can we not jinx ourselves for 1 second? Why are you laughing, Ryoshu? Now I'm worried. I love that Ryoshu and Sinclair like get along well together. Her being so upset when she can be paired with somebody who actually understands her. It's not the pairing that like I expected. Especially at the start, I didn't expect her and Sinclair to be like, I don't want to say buddy-buddy, but they're more of a duo than like I really expected. It's cute. Please do not concern yourselves any further. We will take a more clandestine path. I guarantee a safe and easy path to our destination. I still have a hard time buying that. The lay of this place would constitute a perfect place to set up an ambush in most places. Yet you claim this is a safer path. Yet I must ask you to place your faith in this humble servant, for Hongwan is not like most places. Fine, for now. Oda shut her eyes for a moment out of her torts, then turned to look at Ishmael. Hey Ishmael, you must have a pamphlet on this place handy, don't you? You're actually going to read it? Why else would I ask? No, I mean, how could I not be caught off guard after almost a whole year of getting brushed off by everyone every time I plead with them to read the damn pamphlets? Like hell, did no one think to? I will find my own intel if you're just going to ramble on and on with your grievances. Okay, fine, here it is. Pamphlet is very important. Always read the travel brochure. Otis opened the pamphlet and began intently glaring at its text, as though she didn't want to miss even the smallest detail of information in there. Suspicion clear on her knitted eyebrows. On her knitted brows.
승부수가 먹혀들었군.
My real question is, where's the
판세는 완벽히 우리에게 있어.
Kezan?
정착지를 찾을.
This has been going pretty well, so I'll switch to my normal slashing team. Because there's not even too much of a difference in... Like, there's 2 more people at 55, but I should be fine with this team regardless.
꽃을 피워볼까요?
I'm wondering where the problem children are. Because I know that they're here, and I know that that's going to be a pain in the ass. We are on a desperate run. All the while fighting off hordes upon hordes of enemies. What happened to safe and easy passage? Explain this shite. It appears that the young master's radiant countenance was made known. Sweepers. I thought we were finding a more clandestine passage. How come we're getting jumped by even more enemies? As I have said, the young master's radiant. At least try to give a variation to your excuses. I cannot so easily say that he is being untruthful, given the disjointed allegiances of the enemies attacking us. Otis played with the pamphlet in her hand, clearly frustrated but unable to establish anything concrete. For people without a clear allegiance to attack a member of the Shi family, looks like everyone in the backstreets has been getting pretty plucky while I was away. Back then, I couldn't even catch a glimpse of their faces. They'd all been on their hands and knees whenever we walked past. Ah, what a wonderful change. Oh. Shove that wonderful change up your ass, you bloody loon. How much longer will we take? How much longer till we get there? My Kazan... Kazan? Sneer. Calm your worries. Our guide seemed oddly calmer now that he did that. Calmer now than he did at the beginning of this journey. Kazan. K-san. K-san. There we go. Did he really get outnumbered to numb to all the violence that fast, or... What is a kezan? It's a term commonly used to refer to taverns, inns, or equivalent places of lodging in this region. Oh, I've heard of those before. Lodging, huh? Like a hotel? It's gotta be pretty fancy then, huh? Do they serve, like, complimentary snacks and drinks like the warp train? Not sure about that, but it seems like kezan also serve alcohol and food alongside their lodging services. Maybe we can get a meal in there. And, phew. Hopefully we won't be attacked there like this. Unlikely. Residential non-aggression taboo. Any mutual acts of violence inside a residential building is within this particular area and floor of Hongwan. Hongwan, a taboo. A taboo we may rest easy within then. Surely we will do nothing that would cause them to violate a certain taboo and then result in us going thrown into a fight, because it's not like we've done that before. I saw Faust's eyebrows slightly twitch as though she had just heard the most ridiculous thing, but I guess I'll ask her about it later. It's the same kind of family hierarchy or family heads selection contest. Why couldn't they save all this fighting until then? Because it'd be too late. Late how? Every hierarch candidate must have brought incredibly precious treasures with them. It would be nice if they believed that their own treasures is the most precious of them all, but... Oh. But everyone's going to try and take each other's just to be sure, I see. So in case someone else brought something even better than their own. And might as well kill them too, for the sake of convenience. It's a very cutthroat family competition. Is that how the folks in your family work? Is that how the folks in your family think? What kind of line of thinking is that? But other families didn't seem too different from mine. Damn. Deepest apologies for intruding upon this most enthralling conversation. However, we may be inviting even further trouble by dallying here. With that, the guy pulled out a watch to check the time. It will be nighttime soon. That's the problem. So let's see how the dedicated slashing team works.
전투응대에 나선다.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
대상의 상태가 안 좋은 것
Didn't need to do
같아.
that immediately,
이걸 잘
Sinclair.
이용하면 좋은 결과로 이어질 수 있을 거야.
I also get the delay on that. That would be worth it. He's gonna get a guarantee hit regardless.
벤단 4월을 살을 떼어내고
이번에는 될 수 있겠죠?
Sometimes you choose things just for fun.
멋진 개체가 있네요. 부디 그래선 안 되겠지만 이 틈을 놓친다면 관리자님의 역량에 대한
If you can't have fun, then what's the
재검토해야
point?
할지도 모르겠군요.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
개체들의 체력이 많이 깎여나갔어.
Goodbye.
괴로워하는 게 느껴지지 않아?
적에게 치명상을
이
입혔군요.
기세로 계속 나아가보자.
관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠.
배워냈어요.
저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다.
나서도록 할까?
Sure. Hmm. No, there's no point. He has a good chance of winning that. Actually, he also has a chance of losing it. Or not, never mind.
역할을 배우는
방금 공격은 좋았어.
Seeing 2 skill 3s in the same slot in turn 4.
공감을 좀
Sometimes gambling is fun. You might not always get what you need, but then other times you also just get to see absurd things.
개체가 더 이상 움직이지 않네. 이대로 남은 대상들도 전부 움직일 수 없게 만들어보자.
I don't need that. So I can still use that to delay. No, you're too close to... I'm not gonna need this.
흉터의 결과
I hope I gauged it right so that Ryoshu can just bounce between targets.
직접 놓아주마.
But she might not need to. He was so close.
아름다운 것. 그렇지 않은 것. 꿈을 꾸러 가. 영원한 잠으로 인도하지.
Love her. I'm honestly still super impressed by how consistently useful Mersault has been, at least for Blade Lineage. Granted, I kind of am making the biggest use. I'm kind of just making the most use out of him as I can, given that I don't really have any other really good IDs for him. He has been ridiculously good, despite the fact that I've only really had that Kim ID for him. Now here we are. Even on teams where like something bad kind of happens, like the only downside to kind of bringing him is the over-reliance on Pride. But outside of that, like even still, like, oh, I'm gonna lose this one anyway, so I get a really good skill out of it. But that also depends on me making sure that I even get like a skill 3 for when stuff like that happens. Is this the place? After running through alleyway after alleyway, after turning corner after corner, we finally came across the site of several small buildings tightly built next to one another. At the center of them was a building lit with red lamps, adorned with a door plate with complicated-looking letters scribbled over it. This is shoddier than I expected. Hey, isn't this place a bit too trashy to house your precious young master? That is not our building. Please, look this way. Ooh. Look this way to see where our honored guests will be staying for the night. I knew it. I heard so much from Honglu about all the splendor, all the... Huh? We followed King Tao's fingers and arrived on a small warehouse of sorts, its exterior painted in black. That looks smaller than even Mephistopheles. Can we all even fit in there? Hey, that place looks trashy as heck, even for us. Let alone your young master. This is the nearest Kaison we could afford to stay in, at least among the ones that I manage. Yet its location in the back streets heavily limits the level of the decency it can afford. My deepest and sincerest apologies, young master. Don't worry, we can't always sleep in decent places. Looks just fine for an overnight stay to me. Are you nuts? Can that thing even fit all of us in there? Much that I wish to guide the honored guests to the family mansion in the central zone. However, the time. The sweeping wave. So you know. Doesn't it start at 3:13 in the morning? I feel like we've got plenty of time to get there. Exactly. Don't we have more than enough time to get to the family mansion? According to the H Corp travel guide, the central area is only like an hour away from here. Has the honored guest traveled to District 8 before? Well, no, this is my first time here, but... Then one must ask how the honored guest could claim to have full understanding of a place merely by merely flipping through a book, when she hasn't had to contend with it in person. Innumerable, unpredictable changes await in this teeming jungle of buildings. The ever-shifting structures, the constantly changing path, ambushes from foolish yet vicious syndicates, or even offices of the backstreets. Oh, we are beset by dangers from all sides. Such bold, flippant approach to predicting the phenomenon of this place is to court death. Even a toddler must know that. One fails to disguise his utter sorrow at the inadequacy of her wisdom. Jesus, man. Is it just me, or are we all thinking back to Ishmael back at the Great Lake? Spit. But if the guidebook lists a path, does it not imply that it is technically possible to reach there in time? Oda suddenly took a step forward. In her hand was the H Corp travel pamphlet that Ishmael was talking about. I have faith that if our executive manager would lead us in your directionally challenged stead, he would be able to lead us to our destination before night falls. Me? This does not appear to have been discussed beforehand. Very well, allow me to speak freely without frills. My responsibility is to bring the honored guests to the central zone and to ensure the young master's safety. It is, indeed, technically speaking, possible to reach the family mansion before the night in the backstreets commences. Technically. Yet, not even one iota of danger to the young master shall be permitted. The mission that has been so graciously bestowed upon this humble servant is not to guide the young master with haste, but to guide him with utmost safety. Oh-ho! It is said that those engaging in strategies and plans must remain wary of losing sight of their purpose. To stubbornly forge on toward the family mansion in lieu of necessary intel to see when those mobs of assailants would end is to wrongly prioritize the journey over the destination. Those engaging in strategies and plans must remain wary of losing sight of their purpose. To stubbornly forge on toward the family mansion in lieu of necessary intel to see that. In lieu of necessary intel to see when these mobs of assailants would end is to strongly prioritize journey over the destination. There, so Ishmael was completely right about the Great Lakes. We should everybody learned that we should have listened to Ishmael back then. Yeah, no, these two are having a very aggressive, passive-aggressive conversation. Wonderful, truly impressive. You have all the qualities of someone I would trust with my life when devising a stratagem. This is the most fitting attitude for those who genuinely wish the best for those they serve. Really, you're just gonna start going along with him all of a sudden? I've misunderstood your intentions, truly. They sparked my ire by comparing some of your choice words with my very own. Actually being reflective? Yet now my eyes have been opened to the honest loyalty that lies within your heart. The humble servant did not imagine, even in his wildest dreams, that there would be someone who understands the fathoms of his loyalty. It seems that young master has certainly gained an eye for allies and fellowship. This is a cause for much relief in my heart. Listen to him, this one knows how to jest. They're basically best buds now, huh? Ahem. I may have lost my cool for a moment there. Anyway, this man speaks true. It is highly likely that we would be exposed to attacks of similar nature were we to continue moving at this time. Yeah. They have a very aggressive, passive-aggressive type of relationship at this point. But no, he's completely right. The travel guide, even if the travel guide, if correct, sure, we could get there in an hour if we like push our time. However, if we did kind of push through that while getting in the fights every 5 feet, we'd be slowed down dramatically, which means that we would get caught out by the sweepers. So no, yeah, we could in theory keep trying to make it, but with everything else going on, we'd be significantly handicapped. She's just fully on his side now, isn't she? That's when I realized that she was looking in my direction. The exaggerated smile had all been completely faded from her face, replaced with an odd but dead serious expression. When our gaze locked, she nodded. She must be completely turned around by that guy. Is that her way of saying, so long, I'm gonna quit and go work with this guy now? Thanks for everything. And as for this hotel, it is still much better than sleeping in outdoor tent barracks. We should be able to relieve ourselves of some fatigue here before moving on. Did you not earlier insist on continuing our search for a better accommodation with the greatest vehemence, Miss Otis? Yeah, whatever. Get your point. Let's go inside. We get your point. My humblest self can only behold your generous acceptance of this insufficient lodging with the deepest gratitude. After all that serious talk, the man seemed oddly relieved to hear our decision as he brought his fist and palm together. Architecture of today mustn't be judged with such a haste merely by observation of their exterior. The interior may hold aught to be surprised of. Worry not. With Rodian surrendered, wouldn't that be nice? We made our way into the building. Oh, this actually ain't so bad. It's clean in here. This place presents a rather classic aesthetic. The landscape paintings lining the walls give off a rather sophisticated mood. And it's much more spacious inside than it looks from the outside. Do they use some kind of space expansion technology in here too? No, it seems that the building only appeared small due to the density of the structures in proximity. Well, the door is now open. Should my presence be required, I shall be in a small shed next to this building. Please, do converse freely. The man smiled awkwardly and quietly excused himself as the excitement among the sinners began to grow. Meanwhile, Hung Lu stood a fair distance from the guide, watching his face as he laughed. His expression was enigmatic, as if he were gazing upon the clouds, the flowers, even the wind. There was no light in those eyes. It was as if they beheld a storm cloud, a desolate field of wilted flowers, and a howling, destructive gale. Do you suspect something, Hung Lu? So I decided to ask. Not yet, I don't think. Huh? Not yet. So, big brother, something fell off to you too, huh? Hey, you're back! Shichin, it's you, and so soon too. Yeah, I told you I had a feeling we'd be seeing each other again very soon. Have you been well, young master? I'm so glad to see that you're doing well, Mr. Wei. Oh wait, don't tell me you're staying here too, Shichin. I normally wouldn't ever set foot in a place like this, but wait, why were you here before us? I ran into some kind of large-scale construction on my way back to the family mansion. Had to come in through the back streets. And so you arrived around the same time that I did. Okay. So we were the only ones troubled by that random construction site. Hail to thee. She would be. The confident look on Shichin's face was immediately replaced by that of alarm. Did she lose her memories again? Is she with you? No, Don Quixote is the same as always. Ahem. But she looks like such an airhead. Young Shichin, well, let's accompany me to the lounge but a moment so that we may share a moment of catching up. She wants to explain things to her. Oh yeah, actually, let's do that. Hold on. Ji Shichin seemed to hesitate for a moment, staring at Don Quixote after hearing that her memories were intact, before walking right up to her. I like that idea. Shall we? Wei, why don't you go and find a room for me to stay in while I talk some things out with her? What, you wanted to do some catching up, right? Why are Why is she... Dawn. Loss of critical personnel may be cause for disciplinary action, Dante. What is she gonna do? Like... I don't think there's anything wrong with making friends, though. I guess that's them being friends. Looks like Chichin really likes Don Quixote if she's comfortable enough to tease her like that. I don't know if I should take that at face value. It's not Don Quixote she likes, she obviously just wants Don Quixote's power she saw back then. My lady, this is hardly the appropriate place for her. Fine, I'll try again later. Go get some sleep. I'm heading in too. Shichin sighed with a bit of disappointment before heading into the lobby. So she at least has a liking to Don. I can take that and interpret it however I so wish. So I and the rest of the sinners followed her into the lodging. What's better than this? Gals being pals.
꽃은 지고 새로운 나무가 이곳에 움틀 것입니다. 그것이 우리의 터전을 수호할 제목이라는 건 틀림없는 사실이죠.
What's wrong with the ladies' night? Sometimes the girls just need to hang out. Why did I get an EXP ticket for that? Suspicion. Everyone was busy looking around and commenting on the various things in our lodging, but Sinclair appeared to be the most anxious of them all. Something in here stands out. Like, imagine an ideal picture. Did you call? Shut up. Oh, I missed that Juggy song? Aww. That's not what I was... I'm not... Anyway. Am I the only one who feels like something stands out like a sore thumb in the whole picture? From the whole picture. Yeah, glad you brought it up. I didn't say anything because I thought it was just me. Lydia? So what's so off about this place? Isn't it obvious? Where'd all the complimentary snacks go? What's the weird mystery table in the center of this room? Wait, they both have the exact same complaint? That is kind of weird, though. What's that table doing here? Doing there? Its saturated colors are quite the pleasant sight to behold. So, is it any better than in... What the hell is that hideous table? What the fuck is wrong with the table? Like... The kerfuffle sparked by the particular unsightly piece of indoor furniture calmed somewhat once everyone made it inside the building. Of course, no one was able to understand the real purpose of that table yet. Every step on the floor leaves black residue on the shoes. Not only the floor, touching the walls leaves an unidentified black substance on one's fingers. Wait, is that paint or soot then? Not to mention how the walls ripple in an odd fashion. What could possibly be the construction of this structure? My guess is the maintenance staff's been slacking. Maybe, but why is everything so neatly organized if that's the case? What is this? I've been to enough seedy establishments to tell when a place has gone a while without a tidy up. A cool version of ink. So it is kind of like paint. See later. At least it appears that each room is furnished with a bed. While this is far from optimal, Executive Manager, you may be able to rest here. So are the rest of you just gonna sleep on the floor? I guess they really didn't have time to clean up. Shichin, the last person to walk in after having taken her time to examine the area outside the lobby, stared blankly around the room with an aghast expression. I'm not even sure what to say to this ridiculous negligence. Then found her room after leaving a scathing remark. And it ain't the first time we sauntering right into some shady business in it. Let's just cross that bridge when we get to it, yeah? I guess. Yeah, anyone can tell that there's something definitely wrong about that guy. Some sinners, including Heathcliff, had already slumped to the floor. What is that word? Vociferously? No. I don't think I've ever seen that word before. Vociferously. I don't think I've ever seen that word before. Because it's not voracious. What is that? Vociferous. Vociferous. Flabbergasted to see that word. There's a lot of very vociferous. Yeah. Given to or marked by noisy and vehement outcry, making a loud outcry, clamorous, noisy. There's a lot of words in this that really catch me off guard. Like it's not bad and they're used incredibly well. It's just that I'm very surprised seeing it in a translation for a Korean gacha. Like that is not a word that I don't think that's a word like that would ever come up even in like a bunch of my college classes. Well, it is pretty weird, but at least we have a roof over our heads. In that case, Dante, perhaps it may be a good time to announce today's close of business. I've never made this announcement outside the bus before. Oh right, I hereby confirm today's closure of business for the sinners. Understood, thank you kindly. Starting now, we will all be given a maximum of 12 hours to partake in sleep and rest. The duration is subject to change. Have a good night. As soon as she finished, the sinners each began to relax in their own ways, some stumbling into their rooms, while others lingered to speculate over the bizarre table at the center of the room. Save for Otis, that is. Got something to say, Otis? Yes, Executive Manager. It's about our guide, King Tao. Oh, your new best friend from earlier. Seemed like you guys were getting along pretty well. What? That was simply untrue. Did you not see the signal I gave you earlier? What signal? When she was looking at you. Oh, you mean when you nodded slightly in my direction. Indeed, that individual has an informational advantage over us when it comes to this locale. Regardless of how sound the accusations we came up with were, he would have been able to explain them away using his familiarity with the region. Dante is not the smartest manager, but at the very least, Dante tries. Dante tries their best. I thought as the party with an informational disadvantage, it would be wise to feign camaraderie and friendship with the individual and go along with their plans while trying to dig out as much intel as possible. I seriously thought that suspicious guy totally won you over. Really? 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 Executive Manager, I've been in this business for many years. How could you even imagine that I would be fooled by an amateur spy who's very overtly suspicious? It's nothing. Otis's disappointment was palpable, but she stopped herself as though she remembered that there were more important matters at hand. Ahem. While it is uncertain as to how the individual will be accompanying us, it would be reasonable to speculate that he approaches the LCCB with the explicit purpose of eliminating Honglu, Ji Baoyu. I present the fact that it was Pilot, the inexperienced greenhorn, who somehow conveniently came across this connection, as another evidence supporting the suspicion. That's also true. She is also on the mark. Oda... Listen, maybe... I won't say much other than saying that, I've been mostly referring to Otis as bootlicker, at least for the past year. Faust also has information to share. Faust joined the conversation after listening to us to discuss for some time. A review of every known taboo has failed to identify one he called the residential non-aggression taboo that universally prohibits acts of violence within residential areas. Then that also has to be... It's too early to come to conclusions regarding that matter. It appears that this area, Hongwon, has taboos that change depending on your location within its territory. However, considering every other circumstantial evidence, we've come to the conclusion that he was most likely lying to us. Your assessment cannot be denied. In that case, we must already be deep within enemy's machinations. The constant stream of random assailants we faced earlier was also most likely also a part of their plan. It may very well be that this building itself is also a trap, yet we lack the intelligence about this particular backstreet to be certain. However, we do have one minor advantage. It seems that they have severely underestimated our capabilities given the low caliber of assailants they decided to send after us. She is very... like... I can call her a bootlicker until I'm blue in the face, and I will because she is, but in terms of being very strategically capable, Otis is very reliable, at least in situations where, like, either she's aware, or when she is not overtly... Not when she's overly confident. Like, she's probably, I would at least consider the second most dependable in terms of the, like, strategy like this. I'd say behind Ishmael. Faust has a little bit of an advantage, which is why she's an outlier and she's our right hand, but if Otis actually thinks of a plan, it's not too bad. or at least if she's unless she is given a reason to be more speculative, she's consistently on the ball. One thing we can capitalize on is the mutual lack of intel. Keep our guard up, remain alert, and we should be able to navigate our way out of this trap, Executive Manager. Okay, I get it now. I'm sorry about the misunderstanding. Honestly, I didn't know who or what to trust. Then I would appreciate it if you could trust me fully next time. Otis bowed politely and returned to her room. Faust and I chatted a little bit more about King Tao and his plans, but our discussion ended without bearing much fruit. A lot of people really like her. My very slight bias very heavily leans towards Ishmael and Ryoshu. But I somewhat understand the appeal. I just have a very personal bias against ass-kissers. Legitimately, that's like the only reason that I have kind of against her. I realized that Honglu was missing as I was spending time chatting with the sinners. I didn't notice him go to his room. So I walked to the exit about to look for Honglu outside and ran to Ji Shichen in a way, but decided to stay in the room close to the door. It's getting late. Where are you going alone without a guard? Wow. Oh, just looking for Honglu. She's an extremely good bootlicker. Right, I can't understand what you're saying. Oh, right. When it comes to versing without sinners, I find that there are two types of people. The first type usually says whatever is on their mind without pausing or caring to hear my reply. Given that this type of person isn't actually looking to communicate with me, that simplifies things a little on my end. However, it's oddly insulting as it seems. However, it's also oddly insulting as it seems, though they don't recognize me as a human, but rather a wall, or a clock on a wall. And the other type is the one that reads me so well that they might as well be able to hear what I'm saying. Virgilus falls into that latter category. He recognizes the pitch of my tics and talks, reads my body language, or sometimes even claims to see my expressions like how Don Quixote does. Hubert was having a time. Ah! I don't know why that shocked me. Wait, why is it telling me what the follower goal? It's telling me the follower goal is met, but it wasn't saying who followed. But thank you. I'm still not really used to the sound effects going off, so they do still kind of surprise me. But still not telling me if I'm going to assume. Thank you. But yeah, Virgilus is incredibly good at reading body language, and it seems like Dante does get along better with people who look for other... Thank you for the follow, Chi. Virgilus and some other people tend to look a little bit more for body language and other things to infer what Dante is kind of saying. And Shichun saw through me with that short exchange. Okay, let's see. Just looking to get some early morning air? Oh, Does your prosthetic head even have a respiratory function? Wouldn't have guessed the way it looks. Did not belong in either category. She's completely lost. I'm not really, just looking for Honglu because I haven't seen him in a while. You're shaking your head, so no. Then are you looking for something to eat? She's speaking to me like I'm a dog. She's a new one, the type that tries to figure out what I'm saying without asking for help. My lady, would it not be wise to wake or find someone who might be able to translate? They would have done that themselves if it were something important. I'm kind of curious though. What was the hand gesture you made when I first asked? You brought your index fingers up to your cheeks. Were you trying to make us smile? Well, Hung was always smiling. So I thought maybe I could simulate a smile to convey that I'm looking for him. Perhaps it was an They're completely lost. Perhaps it was an effort to express cuteness or beauty. What? No, I was trying to express a smiling face. Oh no, this isn't going to be easy, is it? They're tick-tocking a lot more vigorously, huh? I think you're onto something. This conversation was starting to veer into completely unintended territory. After a bit of trial and error. I see, you're looking for my big brother, huh? We took some very roundabout ways, but it was eventually able to get her to understand what I was trying to say. Well, if he's looking for well, if he's who you're looking for, that's easy. You should be able to find him by the lounge back there. I doubt he got very far from there, if he even left. So that's what you're trying to... So that's what we're trying so hard to communicate? Shi-Chen was, strangely enough, disappointed and dispirited by my reply. I did have something to tell you too, but never mind. I feel like the mood's been ruined. Let's talk about this at another time. I was curious, but it would also take ages for me to ask how she's feeling, so I nodded to express my gratitude before heading back to the entrance. And found Hong Lu gazing at the hazy scene out the opaque window. What are you doing here? People watching. There were some people stumbling through the streets outside. As I stared outside the window at the scene, I promise I can read. Hong Lu seemed to sense what I was thinking and began. Are you worried for me, Dante? Well, yeah, it's your turn, Hong Lu. It really is. I'm back at H Corp, and everyone's talking about the family hierarch selection. But you don't have to worry about me at all. Because I do not wish for anything from Limbus Company. Really? Wait. I'm not like Yi Song. I'm not hiding my true feelings. No one gave me a wonderful promise that they would help me recover my torn and broken wings. I joined only to have some new experience, that's all. But we do know that something's definitely going to happen, whatever it might be. Something that will shake you to your very core, even if you didn't wish for anything, going through something like that could. Probably, yes. But it's okay. I'm used to being led by the will of others anyway. Isn't that listlessness also part of your own problem? Another group therapy session. That's essentially what a lot of these dungeons are. But if he doesn't wish for anything, but is also used to being led by the wills of other people, it makes me curious what his actual choice is. Or if he's used to making his own choices. No matter what happens here, I can't do this like everyone else. Because that's how it's always been. Whatever happens to me, or to those around me, I only... He feels helpless. Not like necessarily completely helpless and unable to do anything, but more of like, oh, I might as well just go with the flow of this since I don't really have a choice. It's a very interesting kind of interpretation of Taoism. Or at least of Wu Wei. A loud boisterous bellow suddenly cut Kung Lu off before he could even finish a sentence. Let go of me. Just listen at Sod talk and tell me I'm not supposed to get mad at that. Dang it, lower your voice. What are you guys doing back there? Gregor and Heathcliff were most likely hiding behind the entrance door, tumbled into view. I knew it. I shouldn't have come here with this guy. couldn't you be more patient for even a few minutes before bursting out of here? How long have you two been listening from the very start, course? I thought it was finally making some sense at first, but what's that? That you're used to following others' will? I didn't mean to irk you, Heathcliff. I'm only telling the truth. Bloody hell, I'm about to burst the vessel. Oi, buddy bloke. Am I supposed to practice patience after listening to that drivel? I think I'm practicing plenty of patience despite you calling me bloody bloke out of nowhere. So yeah, you are. It's a little bit British, unfortunately. That's not what I... Finally, some silence. Anyway, sorry for listening, fellas. I'll let you in on some big secret if you let this one slide, though. What's the secret? Gregor rubbed his arms awkwardly as I stared at him in silence, then pointed at a pillar in an exaggerated motion. Guess who's been hiding behind that pillar, miniature bud? With that, two familiar fingers stumbled out of view from behind that pillar. I expect Ryoshu to be so above this, but I guess I'm wrong. How could you betray us like that, Gregor? Waha. Bad, weak, and highly annoying. Good night, snooze fest, she says. Wait, but she didn't say goodnight, snooze fest. She only said blah, ha. Huh? Did I get that wrong? I never said goodnight, snooze fest. When did you get a FU? Ryoshu looked at Sinclair with some interest before slicing open the ceiling above the entrance. And with an uncharacteristically wet noise from something cutting through a wall, a black ink-like substance dripped onto the floor, followed by Rudy and Otis crashing down after it. What is this? Get the fuck out. Didn't realize I had garnered such an audience for my story. Executive manager, the sole reason I followed you out here was for the purpose of protection, as I was concerned for your safety. I'm not like the others who followed you merely to sate their curiosities. Why were you in the ceiling, Rodian? I was just bored. Then shall we continue the conversation, Dante? If everyone was gonna be listening in anyway, might as well. Everyone back to your rooms now. Roshu I expect to be so much more above that. But I guess I'm wrong. Sometimes the girl's just bored. Oh. Wait, what? I think Ryoshi should have been on the ceiling, but then needed someone to cut the ceiling in a stylish way, and it would have been her. It absolutely would have been her. Ooh, this is gonna be a little bit awkward, because I can make this work. ones are
나를 불렀나?
fixed?
책임은 모두 내가 진다. 책임은 나를.
원하신다면
What is this fight? I like this. I like the idea of like having to make certain sinners like work as a team. But like that's a very specific group of 5. After that little kerfuffle. Just as everyone was scattering to their rooms, Otis suddenly began to vehemently oppose leaving me on my own. Are you absolutely certain, Executive Manager? Seriously, don't worry about it. I usually took the night watch on the bus anyway. That is true, however, we are currently in uncharted territory for our team. We do not have much experience sleeping at a place where our safety isn't an absolute guarantee. Hey, we're literally right next door to them. It'll take less than 5 seconds for us to come over when something happens. Do you not know that every second matters in emergencies? Now, babushka de camp. Let's get you out of here. Is that the first time? Since when did she start saying babushka? An oddly familiar sequence of events and words played out. Then they eventually left my room, gently closing the door behind them. I sit on the corner of the bed, surrounded by silence, and allow my shoulders to slump for once. I don't need sleep like the sinners do, but the fatigue doesn't go away on its own. I needed some time to relax and empty my thoughts every once in a while. While I've gotten somewhat used to the pain, it still hurts like hell when I rewind the sinner's time. And the longer this journey got, the more frequent and severe this sinner's injuries became. They did get stronger, that's for sure, but so did our enemies, which means that my clock is always turning and turning without a moment to rest. So I think of the star. Before the great gates, which I face with every revival, I witness its intricate engravings and feel its silent vibrations. Even after a whole year, I'm still no closer to understanding what they were supposed to represent. But by emptying my thoughts and just taking in the sights, I find myself calming down. Also, the wind is quite cool and crisp tonight. Wait, that's weird. Wind? What's this sudden chill? Something opened the window, but there's no way this gentle breeze could have unlatched and left my window wide open like that. And if it did, it would have made a pretty loud noise. Besides, this chill isn't coming from in front of me. I slowly turned around to look at where the window was supposed to be. Only to see a melted wall and an intruder slinking in through this newfound opening. The wall's melted? Who are you? As though driven by some unknown survival instinct, I rolled off the bed. But there was a blade ready at where my neck and head met, its steel shearing cold. Just a little nudge and I'd be dead even before I could make a tick. I remember how worried Otis was to leave me alone. I thought she was being paranoid. I should have trusted her judgment. Just as I was getting ready for my final struggle, my final moments filled with regret about not listening to Otis's advice. What a pathetically thin blade. Too delicate to have the clock CIH, don't you think? Ryoshi leapt down from the ceiling and deflected the assailant's dagger away from me. Love her. Snuck in thinking I wasn't able to see something interesting, but you're just some beast with steel. Snuck in thinking I would see something interesting. So you're anticipating this? I looked up at the ceiling torn open, dripping with viscous paint-like fluid just as I saw earlier during my conversations with Hong Lu. Executive Manager, are you unharmed? I noticed peeking from the gap. Otis was the one who instructed Ryoshi that the ceiling had a room to hide in. Remember that. Even now you have to take credit. But no, she made a good call. Shut up and help me. Oh, I thought this was just some beast with steel. I could have cut this beast in half, sword and all, had I not been on the bus. She's weaker now. So she's used to this not being a problem, but something for her would have been. But now she would have been. All your abilities were diminished the moment you were hired by this company, equally defanged and depowered, if you will. I had a vague notion of what he meant, but now I was really feeling it. No fucking way. What is happening? Just as Ryoshi was struggling to stop that one blade, the intruder pulled out another dagger with the other arm and slashed at Ryoshi's neck. The beast at the Heisho pack. The intruder would have cut her throat had Wei not bursted at my door. Who wields you now? I don't suppose dialogue is an option. Light enters the vast garden, yet follows a star into its fathom still. Light enters not the vast garden, yet falls a star into its fathom still. The intruder reached into his clothes, muttering an odd invocation. Little shit, a talisman. Huh? Wait, get it together, my lady. Just as the intruder's muttering began to grow intense, Ji Shichen leaped into my room and struck the stranger with her fan. Are you going to let that bastard finish that stupid spell? They almost activated the Q-Cork talisman. Apologies, my lady. It seems that I still remain somewhat bound by that spell. Listen, you're no longer a Heisho. You serve me now, got that? Oh, you are ex-Heisho. You don't have to let those things control you anymore. Yes, my lady, my apologies. Ha ha. I fell limply into the bed with a sudden alleviation of stress and pressure. Are you? I can't understand them anyway. I managed to stop the assassination before he laid a hand on them, unfortunately. Got it. I don't think there was anyone else in here. Let's switch the lights on. When the lights came on, we saw this one. This one's from a Mao branch, isn't it? There was a black bamboo hat wearing assassin on the ground. The walls! The walls that appeared solid before all went to sleep were now melting away as if they were viscous fluid. Viscous fluid. There's something wrong with this building. I knew it, that they would have done something to the building, but how is a Heisho here? This whole operation's gotta be spearheaded by someone with real power. This isn't just an ambush from an excited family hierarch contestant. What I don't understand is, why the Mao branch? There are better Heisho branches to use if all they wanted was to cut off the clock's head. Then they must have had a different purpose. Huh. Correct. This one from the Mao branch of the Heisho packs, which means more of them must have infiltrated the building. Though not at the scale of the Z branch, the Mao branch always moves in groups. Therefore, their goal must be to kill every guest staying in this Keizan, including you, my lady. Then, we got to get moving. We can't let them surround us if we want even a chance of surviving. Wait, so, okay, they were trying to take out Honglu and Shichen? Sinners burst into my room, slamming the door open again. Thank me later. If we don't move our asses, we're as good as dead, Wei. Wei. We don't have time to contact the main forces of our faction at the family mansion. You know what to do when we're at a numerical disadvantage, right? It will be done, my lady. Jai Shishin and Wei immediately stormed out of the room as soon as they saw the sinners enter, as though they'd been waiting in here for my protection. Aw, they care a little. In their own way. Don Quixote and Gregor stood red-faced and on edge. Mersault was covered in battle wounds, and Otis wore an inscrutable expression. I stand before you in shame, to have borrowed the hands of another to protect the executive manager. No, you made the right call. Especially Ryoshu with her speed? No, that was a really smart pick. No, I should have listened to what you said. Extrapolating the pattern by which the walls have been disintegrated, it is likely that they utilize the identical means of infiltration for each center. Alright, were you attacked by the bamboo-hatted assailants too? The ranks outnumbered many men for Esquire, yet for how many of them that were, they were unsettlingly silent. Verily, we were almost... Not almost, I saw on the way here, some of us did get killed, impaled straight through their gut. Oh, so a bunch of them are dead already. What he said about fighting indoors was a taboo. Yes, a lie. How utterly cowardly and unjust these vile cur to strike from the shadows. Alas, now is not the moment to ruminate upon the villainy. Correct. Besides, there's more of them waiting to sink their blades into us. Okay, so that's the justification for why only these ones. Which, admittedly, is a very good justification.
대상의 상태가 안 좋은 것 같아. 이걸 잘 이용하면 좋은
Repressed
결과로 이어질 수
bloodthirst.
있을 거야.
Hang on. On hit against enemy with death-right haste, inflict 1 plus rupture count. 3 times per turn. When attacking enemies with slower speed than this unit, inflict 1 plus more. Oh. Okay, so we have to maintain our speed advantage. So they're mainly rupture focus. Got it. The battle music for this Kanta has been really good so far. Gregor can take a little bit more damage if it means the others will win their fights. That was a lot of damage.
나도 자주 덜렁대서 수첩에 모든 걸 적어놓으며 다녔거든. 마음만 약해지지만 않으면 되는 거야.
Gain 5 haste at the end of next turn, receded. Oh. Yeah, there's no real reason for them to have the repressed bloodthirst. What is that right? When getting rupture triggered by getting hit by an attack skill from the target with plus 10 speed, lose 1 stack and gain 1 rupture count. At 0 stack, take gluttony damage equal to rupture points to itself. Then this effect expires. That's just a big tick of true damage. This is...
벤단 사월을 살을 베어내고
혹시 할 수 없다고 생각하는 직원이 보인다면 나한테 말해줘.
Okay, a couple of these are counters, which means I don't want to do much. No, I want to get the hit. I want to get the hit so I can get the stagger.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
Not what I
효율적인
wanted,
대처로
but I'll make do.
개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
개체들의 체력이 많이 깎여나가서 괴로워하는 게 느껴지지 않아? 이 기세로 계속
We're so
나아가보자.
close to a stagger. Because that's a lot of just direct true damage that you wouldn't be able to do anything
가까이 공격으로
against.
인해서 대상에게 많은 피해를 입혔어. 적들이 충분히 나약해졌다는 거지. 끝을 내도 될 것 같아.
You need big hits. You're still standing though. Would this be worth it? It's going mostly fine. Yeah. SP and making sure that like I can at least, yeah. Okay, and a stagger, so this should be good.
직원들이 우세한 환경에 있습니다.
Like that was a really bad turn one,
관리자님이
but
제 말을 집중해서 듣고 있었다는
but it turned around
결과겠죠.
after that.
이런 과정들을 통틀어
잘라낸다.
신뢰라고 부른다고 하던데
꿈을 꾸러 가.
긍정적인 변화네요.
꿈을 꾸러 가도록.
That was wow. Okay. That was a really bad turn one. So I can see why that
승부수가 먹혀들었군.
because if things go bad like immediately at the start, then it gets a lot harder to
정착지를 찾을 때
pick yourself up after that. Still only with these ones? This is still mainly slash focus though. Yeah, because like depending on what happens on that first turn, either you get, because like what happened with me, like what just happened, Ryoshu got stunned. Oh, again,
대상의 상태가 안 좋은 것 같아.
where Ryoshu got
이걸 잘
stunned and
이용하면 좋은 결과로
they got a
이어질 수
bunch
있을
of
거야.
haste, and that just kind of compounds problems really quickly. This would give her an advantage. I wouldn't get really anything off of that, but I would get one costume. But I don't really need the wrong costume. I could get a Pride Resonance though. Might be better. It would be. But then Dawn's kind of just fighting this on her own. I'm willing to gamble on that.
잘라낸다.
So close to the stagger.
좋았어. 이대로만 계속해보면 좋을 텐데.
꿰뚫려라.
Mercado actually won that, huh?
혹시 할 수 없다고 생각하는
Cracker
직원이
got stunned.
보인다면 나한테 말해줄래?
He's gonna be in a really bad spot if he doesn't get a stagger. Well, that one's basically guaranteed to get staggered, so I don't need to worry too much. She either might... It's better if she just evades. Then get my own resonance. It's not worth it. Well, no, because if I win... No, I win regardless of the outcome of that one. Otis needs to win this one, though. Or she gets the guaranteed hit, and then that would still get him to stagger. So I'll go with that.
결과는 잘라낸다.
Ooh, she evaded.
비틀거리고 있는 개체가 보입니다.
Okay, that all worked out.
이전까지 있었던 대부분의 관리자들은 이 타이밍에서 결정적인 일격을 지시하곤 했죠.
You, I just need a big hit regardless. Make do. Come on. So close.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 달린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요. 직원들이 긍정적인 환경에 놓여있게 되었어요. 관리자님이 이 기회를 잘 활용하길 기다리겠습니다.
Better off going for a left
기계는
steer.
언제나 기다리는 운명이니까요.
Counter would be better. You could also counter this too. Would he be in stagger? No. Worth it.
전투응대에 나서. 미감을 준비해.
Come on.
우리가 우세를 점하고
Okay, they're
있어.
almost all dead.
하지만 여기서 방심하면 안 돼. 지휘팀이라면 완벽하고 빈틈없이
I'm getting a little bit
모든 걸
careless, but
끝마치게 하지 않겠어.
잘라낸다. 영원한 참으로 인도하지.
개체들의 체력이 많이 깎여 나갔어. 괴로워하는 게 느껴지지 않아? 이 기세로 계속 나아가 보자.
that was pretty consistent. I think we're safe for now. Something tells me they're not fighting us at full force. At least we've routed them. So hopefully that means something. I'm really liking it so far. Where'd Don Quixote go? Hark, for I am here. Don Quixote rushed into my room from the hallway outside. I had gone to SB. I had gone to SB? If other sinners had suffered as we have, verily they were indeed targeted as well. Most defended themselves well against the curse, and shall be here post-haste, yet not everyone survived, huh? Young Sinclair and Yi Song, while it appeared that they had risen in battle, they were caught unawares by our foes. 'Tis likely that their demise came soon after tripping over each other's foot. They tripped over themselves and died. They're doing their best. That's all I can say. And young Heathcliff, isn't that fella a resident mob fight expert? How'd they even get him? They didn't get me, mate. I'm good as new. What's got you so gobsmacked, lass? I recall blade piercing young Heathcliff in the back of his head. Does thou turn the clock for him already, Manager Esquire? No, not yet anyway. Blimey, so that's what the funny itch in the back of my... Heathcliff reached up to rub... Ugh! Heathcliff reached up to rub the back of his head, then crumpled to the floor mid-sentence. Heathcliff's not breathing anymore. He's dead. How did he even manage to walk all the way over here with a hole in his head? How did you... How? The other sinners are starting to gather, Manager. As pathetic as this force may be, we cannot spare any hands at the moment, Executive Manager. We must also join the others as soon as possible to assist them. There are sounds of altercations coming from the lobby. Gotcha. The clock turns as it always does. The entire building is melting. Whoa, whoa, please hold a moment. You! I can still see some people inside the lobby, which was also in a bizarre process of melting away. Tall. Among them, I noticed Shi-Shi-chun clashing against a figure wearing a bamboo hat. Going off fence already. How come a big shot is in control of the Heiso pack decided to come after small fries like us? And behind the black bamboo hat wearing assassin stood. I see that you have tracked me down, so certain of your own safety, but my master has already prepared countermeasures. There stood King Tao, our supposed collaborator who led us here, and Wei, who was threatening him with a sword. So you were behind this. It's you. I assessed that you've been planning on something like this, but you lack the patience to pull it off. You're quite observant. I thought I'd completely won you over. You must know that at H Corp, there is but one path to survival and riches. Sussing out is not exclusively a term used for Among Us, but it has kind of tainted the word a little bit nowadays. Not entirely, but still partly, yes. Choose a family hierarch candidate and serve them with utter loyalty. But who in their right mind would serve young Master Baiyu? He who has grown up with no hardship, he who doesn't possess even a single speck of ambition. He's privileged and carefree. Shut your bloody mouth, yeah? And you, rich boy, oi, are you just gonna sit there and let that bloke talk shite to your face? But he's right. I don't have any ambitions. Have you got no self-respect? What do you have, anyway? Okay, everyone shut up for a second. He's obviously taunting you. Stop indulging him. Wei, speak. I know that you have no means to wield the Heiso pack. So speak, which master did you choose to serve? Who controls them? So they are curious. Stay your sword, Zilu. Another unfamiliar voice from the shadows. Young master, are you certain this is wise? Wait, so you're in there? It is a pretty funny joke, though. At least whenever it keeps showing up. I can't read anything that has Among and Us right next to it and not, get mentally flashbang. I want to punch you already. Worry not, they're destined to be swept away by the morning dew anyway. The trajectory of their fate shall not alter course, were they to witness me. It is similar to the spell on Wei. The voice soon reveals himself from the shadows, walking into light with a casual, assured gait. Seriously, you? I see, here. Allow me to grace you ignoramuses with my exalted name. I am Yihua? Yihua of the Shi family. Wait, Shi? Hello, Effie. Oh, I'm actually making a lot more progress through this, a lot faster than I anticipated. Da-da-da-da-da. No. So 3 pins. No. Unrelated. So it's a different Shi Association. Okay. The Shi family and the Shi Association are thankfully at least different things.
승부수가 먹혀들었군. 판세는 완벽히 우리에게 있어.
What is that?
찾을 때까지 이 기세를 잃지 않기를.
You gotta be fucking kidding me. You've gotta be fucking kidding me. You've gotta be fucking kidding me. What is... Please.
와일드 헌트야.
Don't let that be it. Prominent. Is this... It is my penance for even mentioning the fucking hair coupons again. But of course I claim control of a branch of the Hesa packs, while you were wasting your time out there searching for the Refer of Immortality or whatever. Oh, that's right. I don't even know where I'd start to refute your brain-dead accusation. That was the gift that she was trying to look for then, which... Oh, okay, that explains why she was at La Mancha. This is way beneath me. I didn't even want to address you as my senior either. So who is it, Big Brother Juan? Nah, I can't imagine he'd ever be interested in someone like you. What are you talking about? I'm asking whose teat you've been suckling on to gain control of the Mao branch. Because we both know for sure that there's no way in hell that you have the means to control them, right? You little twerp. Are you sure you want to insult my height? Where you're from where you're standing? Master Yifan? Doesn't seem like the mastermind of this operation was actually anyone important. Agreed. I can tell just by the look of that traitor. With the physiognomy of a deceiver. It is very peculiar that I played 2 games in recent time where two different characters have brought up physiognomy just as an insult. This is a waste of time. Hey Zilu, cut them down. The mission was to assassinate them. To meet them in open battle, to take the lives of hierarch candidates, was not what was agreed upon. Blah blah blah, just shut up and just do as you're told. Let me fight to protect your life, yet I cannot do more. Eheso heeds no voice, but the one who holds their leash. Looks like she doesn't even control these guys. There's an apt saying often invoked in the East: a fox may pretend to be the throne, but only with the blessings of the tiger. Shut up over there. Damn it, this Heisa pack is useless. Can't even get a simple job done. Master Yihua, the Heisho pack was merely as a backup plan. Our true strategy involves... true. This is fine. We have other plans to sweep you all the way. This is the second time this individual has made an odd emphasis on a variation of the word sweep. What are you saying, that you bribed the sweepers or something? So that's a yes. While the reactions may appear suspicious, that suggestion is almost an absolute impossibility. The head is at the top of the sweeper's chain of command. In other words, only the head possesses the authority to command them. Right, yeah, of course. Moreover, they are prohibited from touching, let alone entering, any designated residential areas during the night in the back streets. This is a permanent, immutable taboo of the head, one of the very first to be introduced. The effort of going through a myriad of paperwork to ensure that Mephistopheles is recognized as a residential vehicle was ultimately to capitalize on this taboo. Yes, it is exactly as you say. What a stupid question to ask, making me anxious out of nowhere. That soured the mood. Come, let us leave. I had only intended to make them see my face after all. Too bad I won't even remember them in a few days once they all get swept away. We best leave before any more unnecessary words are said. Faust is right, these guys are acting way too suspicious to not have some scheme brewing back there. So overtly suspicious that I'm starting to wonder if they were trying to use reverse psychology on us into walking right into their trap. Well, once surrounded by nothing but uncertainties, there's a solution that usually works. Faust. Faust hadn't intended to make this suggestion first, but it appears that you share the idea. Yep, so Otis. Yes, executive manager. We have 12 sinners, Ji, Shichun, and Wei on our side. And I don't think the so-called Mao branch are willing to fight. Which means that we only have 3 enemies. Shi Yuhua, our guide, and Zilu, the assassin. We have the numerical advantage, don't we? Oh, Dante's actually thinking pretty smart about this. You always make the most accurate read of the battlefield. What's going on over there? What's that tick-tocking noise? Our former guide seemed to figure out what our conversation was because he took a few slow, careful steps away from Shi Yuhua before bolting off in the direction. What a coward. I've been thinking this all day, but he sure is a fast runner. This guy is not in the original books, but we knew he's just a random nobody. That's right, I need to also figure out how I read Honglu's story. What is it, Honglu? Did you remember something? I did. I had a hard time recalling this because he isn't from my family. But I remember now. Your big brother Yihua of the Shi family, right? Didn't that guy just announce at himself earlier? Anyway, Honglu, I'm gonna get that guy and beat the motives out of him. Is that gonna be okay with you? He's not from my family, but I'm sure Big Brother Yihua will be happy to answer your questions. Great, another thing. As your commander, I should probably say something cool to start off the battle, right? Wow, that's going to be so cool, like something straight out of a story. Otis said something like this once. That even if one side has the absolute advantage of battle, the commander's words may be the deciding factor in who wins and loses. So I decided to borrow a few words from a book Honglu once lent me. It was a general who said it, I believe. Destroy them all! Sometimes you gotta assert dominance by ooh.
사실 이런 보모구실은
Oh,
제가
you're a
아니라
real fight.
스피러들의 역할이긴 하죠.
Sometimes you just gotta
관리자님도
assert dominance a
알다시피
little.
저는 언제나 수십 명의 몫을 해내고 있으니까요.
This unit panic type does not change unaffected of an effect that changes panic types. On hit against enemy with Death Right Haste, inflict +2 rupture count. Attacking enemies with slower speed than this unit, inflict 1 more rupture count and dealing 10% more damage. So you need to be slowed down. On skill use with this unit, speed is faster than a target by 2 or more. Okay, yeah, so you're just mostly speed. Oh. We're getting a fast idea of her on tomorrow. Ooh, okay. I was wondering like who's next. This one. No, you're slower. Most rupture count. Yeah, rupture seems to be the element of the season. That's going to Ryoshu.
된다면 서울을 건너
아름다운 밤. 그렇지 않은
Ridiculously lucky.
방금 공격은 좋았어.
1, 2,
이대로만 계속해보면
3.
좋을 텐데.
Almost at a first stagger.
이 작살이 필살의 집념이 담겨있지.
I think for as long as I'll keep playing this game, I keep wanting to make Captain Ishmael work for whatever team I'm on. Or whatever team I'm trying to use.
나만 믿고 다들
How did
집중해줘.
you still...
도움이 될 수 있을 거야.
I have no way of slowing them down. No, I do. Clashable counter. That's on Ryoshu. I want to hold on to Skullbuster though. She's just at a disadvantage. But in that case, then I should... I can make this work.
총원 불경. 내가 찾은 나만의 항해 방식.
So I need to reduce your speed. Because that's just going to be a compounding problem. Plus get you closer to... the stagger.
나만 믿고 다들 집중해줘.
Panic Deception.
도움이 될 수 있을 거야.
If this unit speed is faster than the targets, or when using an unopposed attack, deal 10% damage to target. If this unit speed is faster than the targets when using an unopposed attack, deal 20% more damage to the target. If this unit speed is faster than the targets, take minus 20% more damage. You're still defended, as long as your speed's higher, but it doesn't matter because you got pulled down. Plus, you're right about to, you're right about the stagger. Also, since Countess 6 all panics are buffs now? What? What? I guess that's to make so that... Okay, cool. I guess that's to make it so... most of. I guess that's to make it so that, like... you don't just care about dropping their sanity down. Like, it's not a guaranteed easy win anymore, but still. That's also why you can't change what their panic is. Okay, no, I see the vision now. I'm hoping this one's just enough so I can get my stagger. There we go.
보시다시피
나를
앞에
보호해라.
무방비해진 개체가 있네요. 부디 그래선 안 되겠지만 이 틈을 놓친다면 관리자님의 역량에 대한
Because it means I
계산을
missed.
재검토해야 할지도 모르겠군요.
It means I missed Requiem, but oh well. I missed getting it on my horse, but... I'll have to save acupuncture for later.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
It is a lot of very flashy colors, but also a lot of different statuses to keep track of, and to see, and to make sure that different bad things don't happen.
잠시만, 볼륨 좀 확인해 볼게. 대답 소리가 잘 들리지 않아서.
It's very, yeah. You're not likely to see a lot of gameplay typically. Number can go real big, but things kind of have to go right to make sure that those numbers can go big. Or at the very least, they require a lot of planning. This one is going to be the more dangerous one. I'd rather... Okay, Immersalt is getting that one. Perfect. Ryoshi would need 2 more Envy. 2 more Envy, 2 more Lust. Before I can do my setup. We're going towards her.
떨거지는 잘라낸다. 저놈을
Dangerous. Also, the coin flipping noise. The coin flipping noise hits something very primal in my brain. Because I mean, ooh, good thing happened.
것들이 옥죄어온다.
She's so close.
직접 밝혀주.
Close to another stagger. Wait, huh? Fucking God! Why? Why? A strange tune crashes through the sound of this fierce battle. Is this electronic dance music? Something about it sounds familiar. Why? I thought we were done. I thought we were done. Thanks to the merry chase you've led me on, I have slid ever so slightly further into the world of the bristly. The music is so good, but like, god damn, I hate fucking fighting this guy. Let's see, Title 2, Section 11, Row C. The punishment for those who dare to flee from the middle retributions begins by tearing your legs apart from the groin. I'll make sure you suffer from all the time you wasted. What the fuck is that blighter doing here? The hell is wrong with you? You've been stalking us all along? Since when is chasing after a thief conflated with stalking? I'll have you know that I'm still banished from the world of the luscious things to you who dare to pinch my hair coupons. Will admit the tattoos do kind of give somewhat of a Sukuna sense, but still, why the fuck are you here? What the hell, where'd they come from? You guys are just pissing people off left and right, aren't you? That is... I can't say you're wrong, but like, come on, this is over a year ago now at this point. Zilu, take them out. You are not touching him. What an utterly insular fool. What did you say? Do you not know that man? What's the middle doing here? Ricardo, the big brother of the middle. The man who slaughtered the sinners like they were nothing. The man who almost forced me to self-destruct. Klaus, don't tell me I have to get ready for that again. No, not yet. According to the evaluation data at the LCE, the sinner's powers have grown since their time at the Great Lake. Our chance of victory against this individual has risen to a meaningful degree to forfeit the battle before it even begins. By how much? Enough to put our faith in the uncertainties. Oh, so we're gambling again. So we're gambling on this. Alrighty then, enough with the background noise. I don't know what your business here is with these thieves, but I personally traveled all the way to the eastern part of the city because I simply must extract my vengeance against him with my own two hands. I could have simply— oh my god. I could have simply informed my brother in the east and let them handle this, but that just wouldn't do. I was determined to see this through to the end myself, even if it meant asking a great brother of the east for a favor. See you there, Half-Pint and his cute mini entourage. Get the hell out of my sight. The middle book of vengeance comes first. Oh. Half-Pint, keep babbling that fat lip of yours, minion of the fingers. You don't scare me at all with your cheap hairdo and the garnishes. And that garnet, in that garish as hell botched dye style. You're in the H-Corp turf now. I am— no, he's dead. Wow, just wow. Bloody hell, mate. That's messed up. You have no right to speak. He's far too absorbed in his own foolishness to see he's walking into his own demise. Unexpectedly, Ricardo's face wasn't contorted with wrath, even after enduring the barrage of insults. Instead, he looked surprised. A moment of silence followed, during which he seemed to be absorbed in thought. Phew, impressively. You just set a new record. Like, everyone but him knows. You're the current record holder for how fast I can get written up in Ricardo's Book of Vengeance challenge, boy. You did it in 15 seconds. Then with trembling hands he reached down to grab his Book of Vengeance, opened it, and began to write something down on paper, slowly and deliberately, as though to make each stroke of pen count. Unfortunately, your audacity is terminal. I will rip your jaws apart myself as punishment. Boys, make sure that this little band of thieves won't get away while I deal with this pipsqueak. What the hell is this asshole talking about? Hey, Zilu! Ha. Who the— actually, I don't care. Stop me if you can. Effective immediately, the punishment for all involved parties and bystanders at the sight of your crimes shall be complete and total extermination. Think we can slip away unnoticed in this mess? I don't think we got much of a chance there. Ricardo practically rocketed toward where Zilu and Sheila were standing in a burst of speed, but his henchmen had already begun to slowly surround us as he had ordered. Payback for what happened at the Great Lakes. Let's do this. Besides, I've got a score to settle with that son of a bitch. Of course, in the middle just shows up now. It's impressive that he— oh, Mersault took that. But if this is just paralyzed, no, we should be fine here. Yeah, these dudes are way behind. I only need 4 strong hits. And I only need to break 11. Mersault's so slow. So it's either one of these two. Should be fine. The fact that he just shows up, he's still mad, and then somebody else makes him more mad, which is the only reason we get this fight in between, is insane. But that does mean that he's been chasing us since the Great Lakes. Like, he's been that mad. Ooh.
대상의 상태가 안 좋은 것 같아. 이걸 잘 이용하면
Yeah, they're weak
좋은
to
결과로
blunt,
이어질
so that
수
means
있을
Ryoshi
거야.
would be better here. Coffin coming up. Defend Ishmael. $11.15. No. I can't count. 17. 13. This one might be a little rough. Better for Yoshi rolls against that. Any excess hits need to go to this guy. Actually, no. Ishmael can attack this guy perfectly fine. Who is guarding that? Heathcliff.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
That one's almost dead now. Perfect.
기좋게 찾아서 차량들이 우세한 환경에 있습니다.
달릴 시간이다.
관리자님이 제 말을 집중해서 듣고 있었다는
Can either
결과겠죠.
kill you? No.
이런 과정들을
Well,
통틀어
yeah, it'd be better.
신뢰라고 부른다고 하더군요.
Be better on this guy.
긍정적인 변화네요.
In the event that that doesn't kill, the rest of these go here. Actually, no, because he'll get staggered. Yep. Oh, that killed too.
대체들의 체력이 많이 깎여 나가서 괴로워하는 게 느껴지지 않아? 이 기세로 계속 나아가 보자.
Okay, we did. Oh no! There was an explosive noise from the distance. Moments later, Ricardo landed before us with a boom. I heard that the Hesa of the East were a tough bunch, but that lady was something else. So why'd a woman like that suddenly split from a fight? Not my problem, I guess. She's getting written down in the book too. Just had anyone. Time to take care of what I really came here for. Get ready for a beatdown, coupon thieves.
대체가 조금 유리한 환경에 놓이게 된 것 같아.
Wait, he has other little brothers.
걱정할 건 하나도 없어. 최선을 다할 거잖아.
Okay, he's doing real good here. I'm gonna assume you're also weak to... So you still do a lot of the same thing. Wait, he lost half his health. That means she actually put up a really good fight. But also, he has a health value now. It's not just question marks. When this unit or ally is hit with like one middle vendetta mark and attacker, gain offense level up. Okay. Ryoshi has enough for the setup. Plus I would have enough for... wait. So I can't see if there's another. If I can't see if there's another. If there's a serious spellbuster. So right now I'm kind of just. No, I need whatever advantage I can get right now. I'll take the force. $10, 16... 10, 16, 22. The highest I can roll is a 22. Highest I can roll is a 22, so I would need... No, I'll make do. These two, however, are problems. But... Actually, let's work around this. Because if he's guaranteed to get that... No. No, he'll be fine. So it's worth it. But I need to also stop this one. Apply wrath damage up to all allies next turn. No, it's worth it. Faust is just gonna have to roll straight for that. Oh my god. Perfect.
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은
Compulsion?
당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 가지고 있다고
이쪽입니다.
제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나
And that was blunt damage. That was completely worth it. One's almost dead. It's dead.
대상이 특수한 공격을 하려나 봐. 이 정도는 대비할 수 있지?
He's paralyzed and he's slower. That was actually really well timed then. They also have slashing resistance down. Right now what matters more is doing... I'll follow up. He's close to... Ooh. He has high sanity, but that doesn't matter now that he's paralyzed for 5. Wait. If the main target has +3 middle vendetta mark, convert all points on this skill to unbreakable. Somebody besides Ryoshu has to take that skill. Yeah, he can only roll 5s because of the paralyze. So that actually shouldn't be a problem. I'm going flash resistance. I'll wait. So I'm gonna get the stacker on you. kind of... Actually, you won't matter. Yeah, if I can kind of just delete you this turn, I'll take it. He had that power up. I didn't notice that. Thank you, Heathcliff.
아름다운 것. 그렇지 않은 것. 기도. 지원을 같이.
He's so close to a stagger.
방금의 물리적인 공격은 적절하지 못했습니다.
And he has to slow on him.
대체의 정도까지 일일이 읽어드리는 기능을
지켜보고
바라시는지는
있었지.
미처 몰랐군요.
방금 건 제대로 된 공격이 아니었는데. 혹시 너희들 중에
That's bad.
매뉴얼을
He's
제대로
mad.
안 읽고 온 사람들이 있는 걸까?
Its main target has +5 middle. Only on +5, so everyone... No, Heathcliff's bad. Is he? Yeah, he is. Heathcliff cannot take that hit. That's a 6. That means Faust has to clash with that. No, but it'd still be... I have to risk going for... No, because you would do each of these before I could move. I also do have a serious spellbuster, so I just need to open him up for a stagger. Yeah, this just can be a free hit. Who are you targeting with that? Can clash the skull regardless of speed if the main target is +5 mil of Vendetta Mark. Okay. Ishmael should be able to win that. Oh, I'm really just kind of hoping here. I'm really just hoping here. No, this is kind of just like a best case scenario thing. I just have to hope. With blackout? No. This is just coping. This is just coping. Alright. I have the hope that this is enough to get a stagger.
조명이 전멸하는 저곳으로 파도가 모든 것을 쳐부술 거다.
It is not. But I got sanity back.
해봐라.
내게 관심이 쏠렸어. 너희가 공격할 기회는 더욱 많아진다. 아차!
개체로부터 기이한 태세가 보이는군요. 아마 예상 가능하고도 뻔한 수십 가지의 범위 중 하나겠지만
Somebody did die.
편이 좋을 듯하네요.
Okay, Ryoshi was safe at the very least. Ishmael looks like she's going to die. There's not really much I can do about that, but he's still about 50%. So yeah, she's just going to die. I will have to accept that. But I can at least set up to put on bleed stacks on him. I can put on bleed stacks and hopefully stagger, please. Still not, because slashing. She lived.
개체로부터 기이한 태세가 보이는군요. 아마 예상 가능하고도 뻔한
You need to
수십
go
가지의
down.
범위
You
중
need to go
하나겠지만
down.
대비를 해놓으시는 편이 좋을 듯하네요.
Marcel, how are you still alive? I ask out of concern, my guy. She has... yeah, she has 2. So I should avoid using that. Which would mean... Yeah, because it procs whenever... Wait. When this unit takes damage that brings their HP down to 0, nullify that damage, then this unit's HP cannot drop below 1 this turn. Once per encounter, yeah. So he is miraculously still alive. But Ryoshi is now the one in danger. +3, convert all, so I need to... she's gonna have to deal with this. Yeah, she's just gonna need to deal with the target so that she can get that paralyzed off of her. It was Earl King that died. Damn it. Marcel, I'm sorry, buddy, but you gotta... You're kinda gonna have to take one for the team here. Unless... Well, actually, where would that go anyway? That's still going to Marcel. But if you can get a hit... I'm begging for, I'm begging for a stagger. Oh, that's bad. Please, just go down already.
저놈을 추적해.
He is so close.
와, 방금 건 엄청 고통스러웠겠다. 그 고통과 미움을 똑같이 적에게
여행이요.
돌려줘 볼까?
목적이 있었지.
We're bleeding, but we still can keep going. Brother, how?
앞으로
How?
강력한 공격이 다가올 것 같아. 미리 말을 해줬으니까 목표하는 직원은 없을 거라고 생각해.
How are you 5 away? No, conceal attack first. That means whoever... It has to be you. But I don't want to use it without the... it doesn't matter. I'm really kind of just suffering through this right now. That needs to be blocked, that needs to be blocked. If Ryoshu can beat that and get a literal single hit in, he's staggered. She also has +5 though. Oh, that's really bad. It means the smarter bet would be putting that on Ishmael. There's no... wait, no. 3, 6, 9, 12. I'd roll a 16. I'd be rolling 16 against a high of... no, that's guaranteed. Because what's the guarantee on that? Because it's 5 plus 3, that's 23. So I'd be rolling against a 23. Notice's Sun Shower is the only way I'm getting through that. Something to give her at least a little bit of gluttony resonance.
총원 돌격!
I'm either a genius or I made a terrible mistake.
쓸데없는 관심 필요 없다.
직원 하나가 더 이상 움직이지 않아. 어? 다들 왜 그런 표정이야? 마음이 벌써
The risk was
약해진 거야?
calculated, but man, am I bad at math. This should be fine though.
죄인인가?
모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아요.
This is still going fine though.
지금이다. 대골바가지 거미 대가리. 자!
He's also close to set up for another stagger.
직원들이 우세한 환경에 있습니다.
Okay, he is close to another stagger, but I still have to fight for it. But now I have the rest of the family here.
신뢰라고 부른다
Actually,
받아보며
and he's plus
긍정적인
15.
변화네요.
I'm getting a little bit presumptive here.
아름다운 춤을 추는 건 나뿐이어야 해. 그럼 네 발목을 잘라버리면
Fine, I'll take that. One dead. Two dead. Okay, what is your stagger threshold? 940, so that's like a little over 200? Still mostly focused on blunt damage. He's so fast though. But I should be fine flashing this. No, because he's at 45. I can't. I might be better off. No, I would just still lose that. And it would find me. That's bad. Okay, but the bind won't matter if he... The bind won't matter if I hit his stagger threshold. Ricardo is... also targeting Dawn. She is at third. No. She is at hard blood. Hard blood 1. Hang on. No, I can actually think my way through this. Yeah, I'm only at hard blood 1. think it's fine if she takes it. It's still gonna suck, but it's not gonna suck as much.
대가리 딱 떼도
Oh, did it! Nice. Jeez, that was a lot. Wait. A shot cuts across the battlefield just as the sudden appearance of Ricardo is making things incredibly more difficult for us. Did that guy split? Didn't that guy split? What's he doing here, laughing his butt off? We finally lost the blood, eh? Failed plan after failed plan takes a toll, I suppose. Maybe that was too much. But I mean, how could I not laugh, right? When after all, everything comes together perfectly according to my plan. You hear this too, don't you? The sound of the city, the sound of the back streets. Do you hear the sound of crashing waves? When the sound of battle came to a stop, with Shi Yuan's sudden shout, we all suddenly began to notice the low crawling sound omen that had been swirling under the commotion. Something melting, regurgitating, or perhaps boiling over. If not it's seeping, it's siphoning, as a trace that was once living and dead, crashing and breaking, devoid of any recognizable stops. The lines between where it begins and ends blurs. Yes, like waves. Current time is 0321 hours. Then it's too late. The night in the back streets. We've never been outside the bus at this hour, have we? It was past 4 in the morning when we briefly set foot in the outskirts, so now we have. This would be our second time. Though it must be noted that the time of day was not a matter of concern then, as we were in the outskirts. We're finally getting all swept away like trash. What's he on about? Wait, you don't know? You can't possibly be thinking that the sweepers will somehow break the taboo to help you. Still missing the point. Potch purple dye job. Jeez, dude. Let us leave to the promised location. Did he actually scamper the way here just to gloat at us and run away? Indeed, Shi Yuan gloated at us with a confident boast as though he was finally ready to face us, only to turn tail again with an unmistakable look of relief. I don't get it. Does he actually believe the sweepers will help him? False. Indeed, sweepers do not invade residential areas, however. What if we were what if what we're standing in isn't a residential area? What are you talking about? Look at this place. It's got walls, beds, beddings, and I guess the walls felt weirdly mushy and melty. It wasn't just Rodeo who realized what was going on. The other sinners all began to look around in confusion as well. The walls of the Kazan had all been melted away, leaving nothing behind. As though the place was as though the place we slept the night in was but a house and a painting. Our realization came too late, as the wave-like noise from earlier had already encroached right up to where we were. And unlike the other times where they'd simply part around the bus, they were cutting straight into the remnants of our lodging. That's really bad. Oh, right, we can't understand them. Why? There. This is ridiculous. Sweepers, how dare they break the taboo so brazenly. Looks like I'll be facing the waves tonight. Why do you sound so excited about this? I mean, we've got to. Let's make some things clear. It's clear that if we do nothing but stand around, they'll sleep us all away. Damn it, we have to make our stand here. This is gonna be a fight.
다른 부서도 벌써 한바탕 했네. 돌아가는 길에 구경할
Night in the back
작품
streets.
많아졌겠어.
Piercing Gluttony. I actually really liked how they look in Runa. So this is Piercing Gluttony. I'm not going to mess with these things. You don't have a gluttony skill. To use Blood Fiend. Yeah. Actually, yeah. Yeah, because the entire team kind of gets by with that. So I should use them as a base.
책임은 모두 내가 진다. 나를 불렀나?
원하신다.
고래를 향.
가볼까요?
Piercing and Gluttony. Yeah. So I could use... Hang on. I need Envy. Let's slot Gloom. You build Gloom, don't you? You do, that's blunt. Still, it's better than nothing. We also build Gloom and Gluttony. Gloom, Sloth, and Gluttony. Pride, but I won't really need Pride here. You might be a better option. I'm like actually very cautious about this. I don't have enough to fully... I could borrow the... Damn, I really don't like this. That's like... That's kind of like my weakness right now, especially because I don't really have a lot of Gluttony.
소재가
You have to be in a
준비됐어.
backup.
밧줄 단단히 묶어라. 화점에 두지.
출정이
망설임 없이.
If things go wrong, I just have to brute force.
대골바가지랑
가자. 죽이라.
As dumb as it sounds. Oh my god.
나만 믿고 다들 집중해줘. 도움이
Wait,
될 수
she's
있을
helping.
거야.
They have unbreakables. It's really cool that they're also kind of stuck in this with us. Wait, what is that status? The first wave ends after 5 turns. Turn end. If anyone died this turn, heal 5% max HP. Heal SP equal to the number of surviving sweepers. When joining after wave 2, enter with 3 SP? Oh, this is a problem. Okay. Yeah, so then right now... Alright. And they recover from stagger on revival. Very cool. Oh, because I gave her... Okay. Visually, this has to be one of the coolest fights in the game so far.
샴페인을 가져오기엔 너무 이른
For the
타이밍이긴
family of bike
하겠지만
protection. Damn
이
it.
전투가 성공적으로 끝나면 모두의 희생을 기리며 축배를 드는 것도 나쁘지 않겠죠.
I'm not like making any headway through this. You can make Jichin into a wild hunt when she died. Because she does count as an allied unit, in a way. She's also using Gloom and Envy skills.
아까의 공격으로 인해서 대상에게 많은 피해를 입혔어. 적들이 충분히 나약해졌다는 거지. 끝을 내도 될 것 같아.
She uses Gloom, Gluttony, and Pride. No, Gloom, Gluttony, and Envy. My bad. No, I'd rather get the resonance.
방금 공격은 좋았어. 이대로만 계속해보면 좋을 텐데.
자, 루신한테 꿈에 닿을 때까지 몇 번이고!
Until the dream is within our grasp.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 이도 달린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
방금 했던 공격은 매우 효과적이었어. 하지만 아직 부족해. 다음 공격은 더 잘할 수 있도록.
The bleeds on them also really helps me.
하지만 우리가 걱정할 건 하나도 없어. 최선을 다할 거잖아.
Hmm.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
Also has really good late attacks here too. Good use for attacks with weight.
저놈을 추적해. 위험을 갖춘 다이어트 조청의 그대로 느껴라.
우리 쪽에 유리한 환경이 되었네. 잘 됐다.
Oh, they're just gonna keep coming.
떨거지는 잘라낸다. 이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지. 보았나?
Perfect.
적은 이렇게 진리해졌다. 우리의 확고한 승리가 눈앞에 있다.
Because every time you kill one, another one ends up healing like 5% of its HP. Which isn't necessarily a lot, but when there's so many... Like, that's a lot of healing that one unit can potentially get.
아류탄 초평면 느껴라.
아까의 공격으로 인해서 대상에게 많은 피해를 입혔어.
Oh my
적들이
god.
충분히 나약해졌다는 거지. 끝을 내도 될 것 같아.
Okay, we're at least in a very good starting point. Hard blood. Effect bleed. I'd rather gain more though. Honglu's like the only one struggling here. But even then, he's not struggling too much, so it's not really a problem.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
피날레를 시작하자.
아류탄 초평면 위험을 갖춘 그대로 무너져.
개츠에게
Somebody took a
공격을
hit.
가하는데
Oh my
성공했습니다.
god.
승리를
샴페인을 가져오기엔 너무 이른 타이밍이
Oh, she rolled bad.
이 전투가 성공적으로 끝나면 모두의 희생을 기리며 축배를 드는 것도 나쁘지 않겠죠.
Use charge as 3 on 1. One person. Sometimes a girl just has a little bit of anger she needs to let out. I want the attack up though. I want the attack up, but I'll hold it because this Pride Resonance is too good not to drop.
직접 타도하죠. 아무것도 되지 않아. 편하게
개츠의 유효한 속성을 정확하게 간파했습니다. 제 예상만큼
이 작살!
관리자님의 능력이
필살의
우수하다는 것이
집념이!
증명되는 것 같아. 다행입니다.
담겨있지. 그리고 아류탄 소통의 발질.
Right now, I'm more scared about Honglu's sister dying. Even though she's not my responsibility, I still want to keep her alive.
방금 너무 근사한 이격이었는데? 관리자님에게 우수한 평가를 받을 수 있겠어.
잘했군. 한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다.
아까의 공격으로 인해서
She's alive, at
세상에게
the very
많은
least.
피해를 입혔어.
4 more.
적들이 충분히 나약해졌다는 거지. 끝을 내도 될 것 같아.
No, if that's the case. Higher damage ceiling. Fell bullet can target her. Aww. I don't want her to die. I want her and Dawn to have a little bit more time together. Mostly because I think that pairing's cute. Your time to shine, old man.
총원 불격!
승리를 위해서라면
And you heal?
큰 피해를 입었군요. 그러나 아시다시피 우리는 앞으로 나아가기만 할 뿐 돌이킬 수 없어진 것은 용기를 주지 않아도 된답니다.
잘했군. 한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다.
There's a lot that just spawn. A lot of good memories. In different ways. Wave 2 complete, wave 3 incoming. The battle was long and grueling. Even Ricardo and his henchmen appeared physically exhausted after the second wave. Big bro, we messed up. We never should have put you through this trouble in the first place. Don't worry about it, kid. We've taken a brother who came all the way from the south and guided him safely through the labyrinth that is H-Corp. I'd say you've done more than enough. No one could have expected that we'd be fighting the sweeper of all things. If we're able to withstand the sweepers, enemies that could give even a middle trouble. Practice makes perfect, and perfection makes an expert, huh? I guess Honglu wasn't too off the mark. It would have been long swept away by that horde if we were still new at this. Ishmael, who was taking this brief downtime to check the sharpness of our harpoon, was right. We've been through something like this before, fighting against an endless horde of enemies. Long battle of attrition wasn't new. And that very experience was definitely an edge we had against these enemies. Of course. Can we even handle the third wave at this rate? There's no choice but to withstand it. Nothing was certain just yet. We still have the third wave to survive. I'll carry out your sentences as soon as we survive the third wave. Given we're all basically in the same boat, this guy can't help but have it out for us, huh? Why would I ever? The third wave begins, and look at the buildings suddenly begin to shift violently. What's going on? The buildings are shifting. What's happening? I remember asking all you guys to read the damn pamphlets. Buildings inside H-Corp shift every once in a while. I didn't know it would be like this, but still. Fortunately, it doesn't seem the buildings we're in is shifting by much, Executive Manager. As soon as I was finished, an errant building suddenly jutted violently from the ground, rising in a diagonal burst and struck Ricardo square in the chest, sending him blasting off into the skyline. That's not even my fault. Ricardo wasn't the only one getting practically punched by a building. Big bro. The henchmen in the middle who had formed a defensive square to withstand the waves were blasting off in all directions. Or maybe they were falling? I wasn't sure anymore. What is happening? The movement of the buildings has significantly reduced the enemy population in this area, Dante. This is an opportunity. Now that those irritating bastards are off our backs. I think this is definitely more doable now. I can feel the spirit rising no sooner. Let's do this. We've done this kind of fight 1,000 times. These transitions are super sick too.
직원들이 많이 보이네? 걱정하지 마. 내가 지휘를 맡고 있는 팀에 실패는 있을 수 없거든. 있어서는 안 되지.
It's really nice. Like the presentation for this chapter is like really good. Build more blood. Honglu needs more tremor. Binds. Slowly getting closer to dawn. That means we're fighting through the entire night. She's still holding on, too.
훌륭한 지역선거를 직원이었군요. 효율적인 결과를 위해서 이쯤에서 관리자님이 칭찬의 말을 건네줘도 좋을 것 같네요. 물론 진심까지 담길 필요는 없습니다.
Ever since Gregor got that, oh my god, the whole family is in. Ever since Gregor got that, he's been getting really lucky with those. Like, consistently. I kinda just want this to be enough to finish them. Kind of just going for one more fell swoop. The whole family gets to play.
그렇게 화물이 피어나고 피어나라.
351.
피날레를 시작하자.
And Rhodia just does 202.
아름다운 춤을 추는 건 나뿐이어야 해.
Oh, I am like right above the damage total.
발목
Wait,
잘라버리면
why is that one doing 0 damage? Yearning did like 300 something.
실밥이 터졌나?
As long as she can live, that is all that I cared about. Survive! Was that the last of them? Current time is 0424 hours, about 10 minutes until the night in the backstreets ends. But we can relax now, given that we survived the third wave. The buildings are also no longer shifting. Stability has been restored. So that was just an hour-long fight. We did it, Executive Manager. Bloody hell, finally. The centers all collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. There was a Kez on here, but it's gone now. The wording on that feels particular. Despite the fact that we haven't moved at all from our initial positions, there wasn't even a trace of it having been here. We realized that we'd been really relocated on top of a roof, as though we'd all just awakened from a dream of sleeping in a building that never even existed. That was one hell of a battle, man. I thought it was done for. This is killing me. I don't know if we could have survived that if that hair-obsessed loon wasn't here to draw some of them away. I guess we've got something to thank him for. So that's all that they got in a head-on battle. She's disappointed. Art thou acquainted with these foes, young Ryoshu? Of fucking course, I've heard of them. Their scent of blood twas faint, but it cannot be, no. 'Twould be best not to linger over long on this thought. Why not dig deeper? What are you... Letting ephemeral inspiration slip through your fingers is the death of creativity. I love her. I love her so much. I said I won't linger on it. Don't rush me. Whatever. How uninspiring. I think that's the first time I've ever seen the two of them kind of nip at each other. Guys, now's not the time to bicker. Ryoshu and Don Quixote's words were indeed unnerving, but we'd have plenty of time to discuss that once we return to the bus. If we can return in one piece. Yuan. I'll be frank, that was impressive. I thought for sure you've been long swept away by now. Must have been waiting somewhere nearby to watch us die, because it did not take long for him to reappear before us. Perhaps they agreed upon a new deal while we were fending off waves of sweepers. The Malbranch and Zilu were both approaching us in an intimidating gait that contrasted with their earlier passivity. Damn it. Executive Manager, we've had too many high-risk, high-fatigue battles in succession. I hate to offer such a disloyal advice, but it may be wise to avoid this battle at all costs. That doesn't seem like an option to me. I looked around. Most of the sinners were either dead, trampled, and chopped to small, unrecognizable pieces that were barely holding on at best. I can bring them back, I always do. But when they've completely surrounded us, I don't know if I can bring them back in time to protect me. They might just cut the sinners down as soon as they get back up. This was well within my predictions. So right now, we still are kind of weak to, just long endurance battles. It's not just technique with blood. And Dawn's like, yeah, I'm not gonna dwell on it. Ryushu is ever looking for moments of inspiration for creativity. I like that idea that she's gonna egg her on for that hell screen moment. Very fun read. Not fun in like a traditional sense, but it is a very interesting read. It can simply finish off anyone that hasn't been swept away. Now a stage is set for my ascension. For the next 10 minutes, no sweepers, let alone anyone, is coming here. You know why? Because who in their right mind would leave their homes when Night in the Backstreet is still ongoing? And looks like that annoying idiot from the middle's been taken care of too, somehow. How much of this was your plan? How much, you ask? The whole thing, of course. All the way back to the construction site that blocked your path. Motherfucker. The one who deceived that unscrupulous fool of your company. It was me. The one who put the pitiful King Tao, who doesn't even have a family name with you. It was me. The one who contracted the Triax office to challenge you for a duel. It was me. And guess who it was that relayed your real-time location to all kinds of forces in the district? Yes, it was me. And this trashy lodging without a residential permit. All devised by none other than yours truly, using Q-Corp's technology. I see. It's so good. It was so good, wasn't it? A perfect strategy. What did you think? Aren't I great? Aren't I so utterly clever? You're really just... This is exactly why I deserve to be the next family hire. A folly to speak those words. An unfamiliar voice echoed from the dark. There was neither animosity nor hospitality, only utter serenity and nothing else. The speaker approached us, walking under the narrow ray of moonlight that shone between the shifted buildings. His plan was almost successful. It was a very long and kind of drawn-out thing. Like, yeah, sure, we can fight mooks and be fine, but it's like, dude, the second we've been here, we've been fighting all day and got caught up by the sweepers. Like, we're at our complete limit. That's why they didn't hire the more expensive branch, because they wouldn't need it. It was just another step up that just kind of took our energy. In his hand was a decapitated head illuminated by the pale light. Blood dribbles from the severed neck, and the wide-open eyes remain frozen in its final moments, filled with utter terror. He walks toward us, in step with the drip, drip of blood. It can't be. Kui? If I knew Yihua was working for someone, it was him. So why do you have King Tao's head? I have brought back the wayward pet to his master, that I may once again be leashed. Kong Kui. Oh, yeah. Confucius. Huh. You're pretty. There's a serpent, my lord. Leave it. We need it shooed away. You're alone? The Heisha pack, so that you may simply get in their way, no more. I see. Was there a sudden change of heart? Would you help the leash in your hands? That is a return to the Shi family side would be your benefit. One, it is a really cool design for a Confucius figure. I kind of had the idea that, like, of course, like, Confucianism and Taoism are, like, generally kind of big in Eastern Asia, but, like, very much the way that, Hong Lu's kind of approach with life is very much in line with Wu Wei. So, seeing an actual kind of like Confucius stand-in is really cool. Also, are you gonna look at me and tell me that they're not pretty? like... No, you knew everything all along? What, I must ask, is everything to you? Your vision is too limited for my lord's wisdom to comprehend. The wise fails to peer through the narrow-sighted eyes of the fool. Listen, sometimes when you see somebody really pretty, you can't... Zigong and Zilu are both gender bent. Nice. But if by everything you refer to, how you feigned abandonment for the Shi family to secure my lord's trust, they have been doing that with a couple of the stories. It seems consistent that at least for some of the Kantos, they're shifting set characters. Because, the headmaid in Wuthering Heights, that was... that character was also gender bent. I can't believe I'm forgetting their name. The barber was gender bent. Ishmael Ahab. Cromer was also gender bent. Like, that's just a consistent thing that they seem to be doing, and I really like it. Indeed, it could be said that we do know everything. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. I will share with you my most guarded secrets at the Shi family at, right, the 10 Blades of the East. Yes, the thumb. Were you about to say the thumb? If no one is gender bent, the cast will be like 12 guys. Dawn as well as gender bent. The 10 Blades of the East. Yes, the thumb. Why were you about to mention the thumb? But Shiyua could speak no more. For a serpentine blade struck from the umbra and separated his head from his torso with ease. Little Yiwa, have I not warned you time and again to guard your tongue against creeping desperation? I believe that we have gathered the intelligence we have hoped to collect, my lord. You needn't pursue the serpent, Zilu. His voice boomed as he commanded those who appeared to be his officers. The tall-built man took a ponderous step from the shadows and stood before us. With an enigmatic expression, he wordlessly looked at Yiwa's decapitated head, now lying on the ground, then at us. Serpent does look pretty close to Purple Tear. It was as though he was gazing upon the clouds or blades of grass. I shall take them with me. He picked up Yiwa's decapitated head before gesturing at his officer with a nod. Here it is, my lord. Wrap their heads with stasis wraps, and decomposition won't set in anytime soon. And with those bandages, he began to wrap them in a practiced motion. He does not pay us any heed, as though we weren't even worth the attention. Return to me once you are finished here. Yes, my lord. Hold on, you can't just show up out of nowhere and... He did not reply, his eyes gazing, yet reflecting nothing but hollow emptiness. And just as he emerged from the darkness, he vanished into shadows, carrying 2 decapitated heads. How much damage? Oh.
피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니
Gregor took a lot of damage, but no, that was most of the family dealing a bunch of that damage. Nice. It was pretty. This has been pretty good. Alliance. Things weren't looking any better. Oh. I could instinctively tell that they were different from anyone or anything we've faced in Hongwan so far. I don't suppose our lord left them alive only for us to slay them. But perhaps it would be apt that I introduce myself, as it is common courtesy to do so. Call me Xinglong. I am but a humble student of my lord, Master Kui's teachings. My lord, Master Kui. Somehow I was reminded of the discussion King Tal refused to finish. My mind is so constantly messed up, consistently. Because whenever I see certain names, I'm trying to like decipher if I should. I'm trying to mentally decipher if I should be trying to switch between Ping Ying or Wei Giles. That's more of my own fault for not really knowing the proper one to kind of like really use, and that messes up my ability to read different names. Because mentally I have an idea of like, oh, shouldn't it sound like this, but then also shouldn't it sound like the other way? But also I'm not really familiar with how it should be pronounced the other way. So I end up just bastardizing it no matter how I choose. From when the far wind comes betwixt the burnt doors shall a star fall astray. As for the song, it's a song that's become popular in the backstreets in recent months. It's not the place to discuss such matters. I will share the tale in a more appropriate setting later should we come across it. Name's Dante, I'm their manager. I decided to speak up, struggling through the pressure. I instinctively knew that we had to find out as much as I could about the man from earlier. They introduced themselves as Manager Dante. Proper noun in Kanto 7 translation in Pinyin. Kanto 8. Okay, so it's Pinyin. So that means that I have a little bit of studying to do before I likely actually get caught up. I see, your candidness is appreciated. Zilu, withdraw the Mao. It seems that we need to contend with them at the moment. We need not contend with them at the moment. Very well. It seemed that they had the very same thought about us. Now, is that sufficient proof of our intent to engage in a brief discourse? To discuss some matters with you to mark a courtly ending to this encounter should be a benefit to us for the prospects of our future. So, ask away, as they say. So, this is when Shichun stepped forward after having retreated from the domineering presence. So that's what those suspicious songs I heard in the backstreets were about. It's about you guys, wasn't it? So, are those lyrics true? So that is what you wish to know. Shichun of the Shi family. It is said that you possess talent in rhetoric, yet walk a path beclouded by concern and anxiety. So a good speaker, but concerned and anxious? Surely your insignificance precludes your part in greatness. Wait, don't speak for me. I would have been the first to say anything if I thought she was wrong. That was a very marked point. You won't be able to tell what's the correct way to pronounce Pinyin without tone marks? Yeah. Yeah. Like, there's a very specific way of saying way. That I kind of just have to assume. And that's kind of what I've been doing for, like, all of the names. You're the one who sent him after us, right? Close, yet not exact. He was an agent of the Shi family, sent to spy on my lord's doings. We had bestowed him control of a Heisho pack, for we had found his conduct shallow and saw meanings of learning more of the Shi family's machinations. Yet it seems that once granted power, the boy mistook himself for a man with the wherewithal to represent the Shi family. So you used him. Just as he sought to use us. Though he was quite shallow in his strategy compared to your own. For completely fictional characters, you kind of just do have to guess. So what now? I don't think you're looking to kill us, right? No, nothing. Do whatever it is that you sought to accomplish here. You're letting two of your master's rivals go, just like that. What a strange thing to say. Look around as I might. I fail to see any rivals here. She's assured. She's saying that Shichen and Honglu aren't worth being concerned about. Then, why did you order Yuha to attack us? You said it yourself, we're not even your rivals. The manager inquires why you command Yuha to carry out this assault against Limbus Company. They fear, yet they seek to gain understanding through that fear. Yet they remain wanting in a certain perspicacity? It's a really pretty design. It would work really well for Yi-sung. I also think it would appropriately fit him too. My lord has always said that if one learns not from a plight, then no discourse. Whoa, 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 whoa! That's... My lord has always said that if one learns not from a plight, then no discourse with them shall bear fruit. It is very good that I recently got a new copy of my Dao De Jing, so that I can take a read of that before starting the Kanto proper. Instead of giving me a straight answer, Xingong left me with only a puzzling comment before she brushed past us. I have given you courtesy enough. This is good time for us to depart. Now, do stay nicely within your borders, as you have remained there thus far. I would greatly despise an odd splash of ink marring the great painting. The Dao De Jing, yep. Or... That's also another case of my problem, where I keep switching between saying Tao Te Ching and Dao De Jing, but I've been leaning more towards saying Dao, because I know that it's closer to Dao... Taoist, Taoism, that. Because saying Tao... Honestly, at this point, between saying Dao De Jing or Tao Te Ching, I kind of prefer Dao. Zealand and countless haste show that had surrounded us also disappeared with them. Finally. I looked around just in time to see Otis collapse while the rest of the centers lay dead or barely clinging to life. And there was Ji Shichun, who had collapsed to the floor as well, and Wei, who was tending to her wounds. And me, who somehow survived through it all without getting decapitated. And the night that put us through multiple brushes with death came to an end. The day breaks. Yeah, that was pretty much everything that's happened. That big brother Kui. I see. Once the day broke, we decided to take a quick walk outside to recover a little from the exhaustion of the night. It was also decided our course of action from here on, and as well, It was also to decide our course of action from here on, and we also had to decide if we wanted to travel with Jia Shichun, with whom we shared our destination. Hello, did you forget how to make a concerned face or something? How long are you maintaining that irritating poker face through the whole conversation? Of course not. Classic Xi family secrecy, huh? Always hiding something, and I bet you are too. If you are, you better spit it out now. I don't have the time to casually stroll about with my to-be enemy. Shichun, as I've always said, the seat of the family hierarchy is of no. Fine, even if you're lying, I do know that you haven't prepared anything for your assignment anyway. Changing the subject. Shichun, who was chatting with Honglu, methodically slowed down enough to walk right next to me as though she was executing steps of a plan. You led my brother's faction, don't you? You lead my brother's faction, don't you? About what I wanted to talk to you about earlier. I guess I do, for now, I guess. Earlier? Oh, is that about our conversation back at the Kezan? Brother, translations, please. Honglu's not gonna translate accurately. Dante is unquestionably our manager. Great, let me make a proposal then. Become my faction for the duration of the family's hierarch evaluations. Help me out. I mean, if this is of no concern to Honglu, then we don't really lose anything from helping her. What? It's, can we do that? Can we do that? Why not? You guys managed to stall even the sweepers. That means you command a formidable force. Besides, you're hedged to the family mansion anyway, aren't you? You just don't know what to do once you get there. And as for the competition, well, my brother doesn't care about the whole thing anyway. So why don't you join me? Help me become the family hierarch. I'm not like our other older siblings. I always pay my debts. Whether that's for a favor or for a grudge. If you can't trust me, I'm happy to make a written... Can we do that, Faust? Faustine Shishuchin's plan, her explanation of it at least, rather flawless. Having such an ally at the apex of a wing would be a great boon to Limbus Company as well. I guess so. Then I don't see any reason to refuse her offer. Honglu who has been listening in on our conversation, boil the discussion down to a clever explanation related to Shishuchin. Perfect. It is said that formation of such alliances should come with a grand banquet to mark the occasion and to cement the upcoming coalition. The banquet's on me. Once we get closer to the central zone, let's find a nice Kezan to discuss our future ventures together. You're Dante, right? Let's make this thing work. Let's. So I guess we're at least working with her. I was still bewildered by the turn of events, but Shishuchin reached out for a handshake with such earnestness that I found myself almost drawn to shake her hand in return. Now that I think about it, this was the first time we ever met ourselves an ally that wasn't specifically selected by the company, huh? Well, that's the case. I really hope we can have at least one ally who doesn't meet a terrible end. We walked out of the Kezan to find Mephistopheles waiting for us in the middle of the road. Oh man, I never thought about it, but now it's just standing like this in the middle of the street. It really stands out, doesn't it? Is this your usual ride? Glad to see that you're all safe. Sod and Pilot walked out from inside the bus. So do you guys take care of the business? I have some more pressing things to talk about. Listen well. Do you have any idea how much trouble your subordinate's little connection? Yes, Miss Faust already gave me a report. Pilot. Boy, yes, ma'am. By the way, he's awkwardly stepping forward. He probably already got a hell of a talking to from Sod. I think it's Swade. I don't fully... Real mighty sorry about that, y'all. I've only ever been a part of eradication missions, never in the espionage business, so... Pilot, what did you say about mixing excuses into an apology? What did I say? Forget what I said, real mighty sorry, for real. This King Tao guy approached me and sweet-talked me into going along with that plan of his. So I got too cocky, assuming that I knew better than my seniors. I'm sorry too, I forgot that he's still the new guy in the business. Of course he'd be prone to making these mistakes. Looks like we'll both be writing letters to explain our failure together, huh? You both getting disciplined for this? The disciplinary action is unlikely to be anything of significance. The LCB team came out unscathed, all things considered. However, it is likely that they may have to work for half a year without pay. I'd consider it a win if all we're getting is the docked pay. Next time, I do promise. Next time I'm gonna get real good at this job. I'm gonna become someone who can actually provide good assistance to y'all. Poor boy. Of course, Pilot, you really should. In fact, you'll have no choice but to become a contributing member of the team when I'm done with you. Let's really get to it, huh? No one's dying to get fired under my watch as long as I'm their manager. I'll make sure of that. Yeah. Right, almost forgot to tell you. It's real important business stuff. Going forward, we're gonna... Oh yeah, I was gonna bring that up sooner or later. You just got the orders from the LCA. Upon arrival at the central zone of H-Corp, the LCB will participate in a family hierarchy evaluation with a candidate. Oh, so... we were going to anyway. Now this bus team faction's gonna be mine. The LCB will present the following centers as their chosen candidate. Wait. Why? Honglu doesn't want. Gynax Finn. What? You can't do that. What the hell? All of you, I'm gonna make you throw up everything you just ate, you assholes. But we don't care. Honglu doesn't care. Wait, then what EX did I miss? Within 15 turns? Wait, did I go like one over? Whatever. Of course it would be Ricardo. And then this would be the start of the actual Kanto that is currently ongoing. But I was mostly doing this just to catch up.
또 한 번 아수라장이 펼쳐질 시간이지. 이번에도 어디서 왔는지
I also
모를 그
probably wouldn't be able to
예술적인
get far
비석을
because of
구경할 수 있겠어.
energy, so I'd rather hold on to that for at least like right now. Also reset day, which means I gotta do stuff in Final Fantasy XIV. But no, that was actually really fun. That was a really impressive... intervallo. Kanto 8 section 1 is like 3 hours. Yeah, I expect that. So,
또 한 번 아수라장이 펼쳐질 시간이지.
depending on when,
이번에도 어디서 왔는지 모를 그 예술적인 비석을
depending on
구경할 수
when,
있겠어.
I might just try to do section 1 and 2 together. Because now that I'm all caught up and I have time this week, I can... Full honesty, I was expecting this to kind of be as long as LCB checkup. Thankfully it wasn't. But I can... yeah. I might try to push through the first 2 parts. Maybe Thursday, I'm not sure. Either way. I think that's a good stopping point for at least right now. Because I need to eat before I go and raid in 14. I'm still kind of deciding if I should stream that or not. But yeah, all caught up. So, thank you for spending time with me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. You can... There's a link to my Discord down below, as well as my Blue Sky and Substack on Twitch. The Discord's becoming a lot more useful for kind of streams like this, where it's just like, oh, I have time. I'm gonna do this in like an hour, might as well. I did kind of put that this would be in the schedule, but I didn't figure out when would be a good time. So, and that ended up just being like an hour after I woke up, so it worked out. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Because if I am also doing this on Thursday, that's also going to be an impromptu thing, which also means that that schedule is still further out of date, or at least not like on track, but whatever. Because free time, gotta use it when I'm available. Yeah. Discord to keep up to date for stuff like that. I also have Blue Sky that is also regularly updated and such. I don't even remember if I have the YouTube link down there. I think I do. But yeah, my stomach's kind of getting mad at me. I don't know how you got mad. I could have sworn that I had my ads off. I'm almost certain I have my ads off. Okay. Yeah. I'm good for right now. I will probably... I'll think about it, but I kind of want to stream when I'm doing my 14 resets in like a little bit. But for now, I'm going to take a break. Discord, Substack, Blue Sky links are all down below. Discord's useful for keeping up to date and keeping track with last minute adjustments. Blue Sky is also good for that. And yeah. It feels weird to... Well, no, because I don't know if I'll... No, I might. I don't know. Because I don't know if I'll stream Raid or not. I hope you have a wonderful morning, noon, or night. Wherever or whenever you're watching this. And yeah. Take care of yourself, be kind to yourself, be kind to others, and... Yeah, I need to go get something to eat. Having a coffee... Having a coffee kind of like right at the start of stream, maybe might have been a good idea, maybe might have been a bad one. I don't know. I'll figure that out in like a couple hours when I can't sleep. Regardless, later. Actually, I very well might stream Raid. You know what? There's no reason not to. Yeah. So I'll probably be back in like... Let me double check. Why do I keep getting so many messages like right after? Oh shit, that would be in like 20 minutes. Fuck. Damn it. Fine, I guess I'm gonna raid. I guess I'll stream it in a bit then. It at least gives me time to eat. Yeah, anyway, actually goodbye this time. Johnny.